Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to just jump right into it, because we do got some news that just came out. We got Iran firing at 2 vessels, and after that, we have the U.S. firing at 6 Iranian vessels. They said they sunk it, so we're going to get right into that, guys. Don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's go.
The U.S. and Iran trading shots in the Gulf, threatening an already fragile ceasefire. Today, the U.S. military says it blew up 6 Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz after Iran launched, quote, multiple cruise missiles, drones, and small boats at U.S. Navy ships and commercial vessels. The exchange of fire happening just hours after President Trump announced that the U.S. will begin helping guide stranded ships out of the strait. Meantime, the UAE is accusing Iran of renewed missile and drone attacks.
And this is supposed to be part of Operation Freedom. The problem with Operation Freedom is that we're not really giving them actual protection. We're just giving them a guided route, which may be safe. And pretty much we're just testing Iran's gangster in the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran ended up firing at these ships. They didn't hit them, they fired at them. And now the U.S. has retaliated with fire of their own, actually striking Iranian ships. So let's go ahead and get into it, guys, because it's getting pretty crazy right now.
First since early April, including a drone strike on an Emirati oil port, causing a large fire and injuring 3 people there, according to officials. Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House right now. So, Kristen, what is the administration saying as tensions with Iran appear to be escalating?
It's not just the tensions that are escalating, Boris. We're also hearing it in President Trump's rhetoric. He just did a brief phone interview with Fox in which he said essentially that if the Iranians target U.S. ships in the area, that they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth. Now, during this interview, he also said that the Iranians were more malleable now, that he did believe that there could be some kind of negotiation that led to a deal. But I've got to tell you, we are in a very different place now than we were at the end of last week. I was hearing from U.S. officials at the end of last week, senior administration officials, who were saying that they felt really good about the direction that this was going in. Instead, now we're starting to see this really seem to devolve. And President Trump posted on social media about what we were seeing in the Strait, saying Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations in respect to the ship movement. And he also noted it was a South Korean cargo ship Then he essentially says that maybe South Korea should join them on this mission, talking about the war in Iran. And then he goes on to talk about the fast boats, which we've heard about, and then that tomorrow there's going to be another one of these press briefings by the Secretary of
the fast boats, speed boats, kamikaze boats that make up 60% of Iran's Navy. Yeah, the boats that they didn't want to tell you about until now. And God, this whole Project Freedom, like, since Trump announced it, I kind of knew it was going to be a bad idea, because I'm just like, all right, well, if you're not willing to go up top with the Iranian, like, well, military to go ahead and open the Strait of Hormuz, then what is this Project Freedom? Because you just can't give these guys a map through the strait and think that Iran's not going to shoot at them. So let's see how this further progresses. Because I'm be honest with you, it progressed towards Iran firing at 2 ships, and then now we got the U.S. also firing at ships themselves.
Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. But where we are right now, talking to these officials, is it does not seem as though they are in a place where they feel that they can get to some kind of agreement here, which is very different again than what we heard at the end of last week.
Kristen Holmes, live force at the White House. Thank you so much. Let's turn to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand. Natasha, what are you learning as the U.S. and Iran are trading strikes now?
Yeah, Boris, our U.S. Central Command Chief, Admiral Bradley Cooper, he held a call with reporters earlier today, and he kind of outlined how the U.S. military is going about trying to guide these commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, essentially via a huge U.S. military presence that involves guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, unmanned platforms, so things like Reaper drones, and 15,000 service members who are now staying there to respond, essentially, if Iran does attack any of these ships trying to pass through the strait. And that is exactly what happened this morning. According to Admiral Cooper, the Iranians began launching drones, cruise missiles, and small boats at some of these ships, including U.S. Navy ships. And the U.S. military then responded by blowing up about 6 of these small Iranian boats using Apache and Seahawk helicopters. Now,
here's the thing about it. These boats most likely didn't have any type of personnel on them because they have drone speedboats. Yes, kamikaze speedboats that they drive into these vessels, or that they send out in high numbers to confuse the missile defense system. So yeah, that's one of the other things that a lot of people don't know that Iran even had, or that was utilizing the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, that's how they mined the strait in the first place. And this was always the problem of the U.S. using naval force to open up the strait, because we knew Iran had these capabilities. And the real naval battle would be in the Strait of Hormuz, which, like I said, we could win, but at what cost? Because, like I said, as you see where the strait is right here, if I main screen it, guys, they can start launching off drones, which they've already have. Think about it. They already fired off drones in Qatar, UAE, and other places. So they can fire off drones and missiles into the strait to stop anybody who's trying to get through. And right now, they're only at level 1 using the kamikaze drones. Well, I'm sorry, but kamikaze speedboats.
It's important to note here that Admiral Cooper did not say whether or not this means that the ceasefire is over, given that the Iranians and the Americans are now trading shots, essentially, in that strait. He would only say that the U.S. is going to continue to act defensively to try to protect these ships, as well as, of course, its own assets. And one other thing is that he really emphasized that there are no escorts going on right now of these commercial vessels in this area by the U.S. military. Instead, they say that this kind of overarching defensive package that they have built up in that area is creating deterrence. Now, the Iranians, they might have a different perception of that, because, of course, they continue to try to take shots at these ships in the waterway. But the U.S. military is saying, look, it's better for us to have this big overall presence here rather than escort each ship one by one through the strait, which could actually leave them more vulnerable in the end, Boris.
The conflict overspilling from the tensions in the Strait of Hormuz back onto land, back to where it was before the ceasefire went into place almost a month ago, as well as those missiles from Iran hitting the UAE, well, 3 intercepted, as you say, 1 hitting that port of Fujairah. Also in Oman, a tiny seaside hamlet in the peninsula that sticks up into the Strait of Hormuz, that was hit. 2 people injured in a civilian residence there as well. So not just limited to the UAE, but Oman as well getting dragged back into this, as CENTCOM has been saying. They've been able
and what was it in UAE? An oil refinery in UAE was struck, And in Oman, I believe Omanian ports are being hit as well. And the problem with that is that that's how we were actually using Oman to get some of the oil through the Red Sea. And if Oman's ports are being attacked, well, now that's more oil being held up on the global supply. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
To support what President Trump is calling Project Freedom, and that is an effort for humanitarian reasons to guide commercial vessels that have been stuck now for 2 months inside the Gulf, out through the Strait of Hormuz, out to deliver their goods to the rest of the world. That has involved at least one guided missile destroyer, according to CENTCOM, passing through the Strait of Hormuz today and getting into the Gulf. 2 U.S.-flagged commercial vessels making it out, but then a confrontation, according to the Iranian media, IRGC, saying that they confronted with rapid and quick actions, preventing a U.S. naval vessel getting into the Strait of Hormuz. At least one Iranian.
Yeah, I mean, once again, here's Iran preventing economic relief, but I mean, and let's be real, one through the Strait of Hormuz and through striking the UAE. Because on Monday, yes, today, May 4th, 2026, a drone attack originated from Iran struck the Fajara oil industry zone in the United Arab Emirates, injuring 3 Indian citizens as civil defense teams contact the resulting blaze. Oh, man, my bad, contained the resulting blaze. So, yeah, I mean, dang, we even got foreign officials getting hurt.
Media saying that there were shots fired at the U.S. vessels. Now, CENTCOM has denied that. Now, what does that very complicated and rapidly developing picture look like? It looks like what was conversations about a talks process has turned into significant kinetic activity. The Iranians, though, the ball is in their court to respond to the proposal put to them by the White House over the weekend.
Nick, is it fair to say that this is still technically a ceasefire if you're seeing that kind of attack against Gulf allies and the U.S. responding against these boats in the Strait?
I think it's really in question. I spoke with Iranian officials on Friday here, and they said they were very concerned that any easing of blockades around the Strait of Hormuz, they were very concerned that the United States would move in with the Navy to try to take control there. So what appears to be happening by projecting the effort to guide these commercial vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, it has sort of upped, if you will, that tension, that suspicion on Iran's part that plays into their lack of trust about what the United States' real intentions here.
And you can tell because they've upped the ante on us. Like, look, we literally just try to send ships through the Strait of Hormuz. When Iran attacked them, we start blowing up these kamikaze ships. And now we're dealing with the fact that Iran just struck an oil refinery in the UAE. And that's going to cause further global oil shortage. And guess what? We're still dealing with very high oil future prices. Like I said, the Brent crude is trading over $110. WTI is trading over $100, which means gas price will continue to go up. And yeah, I mean, gas prices are pretty much $5 over here on the east side. So I know you guys on the west side are really feeling it. God bless you guys. But, you know, hopefully this war ends soon. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen.
I have to say, despite that, we've seen these spikes in tensions before, and after a few days, things can potentially calm down. But Iran, again, has escalated beyond the tensions with the U.S. and has now targeted the UAE and Oman. And this really could lead to a potential escalation, a kinetic escalation. If it does, and that continues for the next couple of days, then I think talks will really get sidelined and it'll be hard to restart them in a meaningful way. Even that's really in question, just because this has played into Iran's fears. They would now say, why would we get around the table again if this is what the United States is going to do?
And Nick Robertson live for us in Pakistan.
Oh, yeah, and there has been an update to the number of ships that the U.S. took out, so live updates. Let's see here. The U.S. sinks 7 small Iranian boats as Iran launches attacks on UAE and ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And this came out about 2 hours ago. So because we try to test Iran under the whole we're closing down the Strait of Hormuz deal, now they're over here firing off our oil refineries in the UAE, pretty much trying to make it hard on the global economy. And now they're pretty much sending off kamikaze drone ships. Well, yeah, kamikaze drone ships into American ships, trying to overload our defense system. So it's either we protect our ships or we protect the vessels. I mean, I don't think we should be doing this. I think we should go back to the negotiations, but that doesn't seem to be working because Trump doesn't want to negotiate unless Iran wants to talk about their nuclear enrichment. Iran's saying that they're not even talking about their nuclear enrichment. They only want to talk about an end to the war and opening back up the strait. So I guess we're going to go back to fighting until one of the sides concedes. I mean, that's literally, I'm sorry, but this is where we're going, sadly. Hopefully goes in a different direction.
So let's take you now to the White House. And it's Kevin Liptak is there. So yesterday, Kevin, we had President Trump saying that the U.S. was having very positive discussions with Iran. Now, on the heels of what we've just heard, of course, from Nick, what changed?
Well, I have to say, we've been getting some mixed signals about exactly what the status of these talks are. You know, 2 days before the president said that they were productive, he said that the latest Iranian proposal was not acceptable. And so it's not precisely clear where exactly those talks stand. And certainly it's unclear now that we have seen this exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. You know, I think it was clear leading up to the president's decision to put this new initiative into place that he had been growing relatively frustrated with the stasis that had occurred. You know, the war was not happening because the ceasefire was in place, but the strait was also not reopened, and the talks seem as if they were deadlocked. And this seems to have been his attempt to try and break some of that stalemate to get the ships flowing through this very critical waterway. But of course, the risk—
That was a terrible way to get it done. I mean, you probably should have just, I don't know, came to diplomatic just get back to the table. Honestly, we could have had the Strait of Hormuz open if Trump would have just released a naval blockade like Iran told him to, because they opened up the strait and all Trump had to do was remove the naval blockade and everything would have been good. But they didn't want to remove it, so Iran closed back down the strait. So I'm sorry, but if Trump really wanted to open this back up, he had multiple opportunities. But for some reason, he wants to play a hardball with Iran. And every time we play a hardball with Iran, it does not seem to work out.
Is that the Iranians fire on some of these ships, the ceasefire is off, and all of a sudden the U.S. is back at war with Iran. It had been, I think, unclear this morning what exactly project—
Oh, guys, appreciate the support. But guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can send a Venmo or super chat it in. Appreciate the support.
Freedom would entail. American officials were quick to point out that this was not an escort mission. The word the president used was guide these ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Just in the last hour, we have heard from the head of Central Command, Brad Cooper, describing this as a, quote, a multiple layer effort using aircraft, using ships to sort of create a coordination cell that would allow these ships to go through the safest channel in the Strait of Hormuz. And just by their presence, try and provide some reassurance to these shipping companies and to the pilots of these vessels that it was in fact safe to transit. Now, what we've seen this morning is, yes, Central Command says that some vessels have gone through, but overall traffic is still down. So it remains to be seen just how effective this approach will be.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video over here at Fox. Let's see what they're talking about. And oh man, it's gonna suck that I have to do this, but guys, I think one of my moderators went rogue. I think one of the mods went rogue and they're literally just blocking people, because people who are not supposed to be blocked are blocked. So I'm gonna have to remove all the mods because sadly one of the mods went rogue on me. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is.
The Pentagon offering new details a short while ago about Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffith reports live in Washington. Jennifer, what is the latest?
Well, Larry, the conflict entered a new phase today with the U.S. military beginning a new operation to break Iran's attempted blockade of the strait. We just received a briefing with CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper just back in Tampa after a quick trip to the Middle East to meet with sailors and airmen currently blockading Iranian ships from leaving Iranian ports and the Persian Gulf. and clearing a path through the Strait of Hormuz and guiding commercial vessels through the strait. Admiral Cooper confirmed that 2 U.S. vessels crossed the strait this morning and that Iran's IRGC fired cruise missiles and drones at those commercial vessels and at the U.S. destroyers in the Arabian Sea, but all were intercepted and shot down. Admiral Cooper said U.S. attack helicopters blew up 6 IRGC fast boats today.
And the small boats were all going against commercial ships, and all were sunk by Apaches and Seahawk helicopters. We have gone through the strait today. As we sit here right now, we have multiple U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers operating in the Arabian Gulf.
87 countries have ships stuck in the Persian Gulf. Admiral Cooper says
there's like 2,000 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Like, man.
The U.S. government has reached out to dozens of ships and shipping companies to encourage traffic flow.
I've transited through the Strait of Hormuz probably 100 times in my career. You typically see between 20 and 40 small boats in a pack coming out. Today we saw 6 and eliminated them quickly. I think this is an example of the degradation of their capability. It doesn't mean it's all gone, but it's highly degraded.
Now the clock is ticking on storage as crude piles up on tankers and at export hubs like Karg Island. Analysts estimate Iran could hit capacity in about a month at current production.
Bro, hold on now. Hold on. I remember what y'all said in 48 hours. What happened to that? Like, what happened? Now y'all talking about a month because it's been exposed that Iran can still send oil through the Caspian Sea to Russia, and then they still have a railway that goes through Kazakhstan out into China. So yeah, there was no Iran having their pipes burst because they have too much oil. No, they're still able to transport their oil. And if you look at a map of Iran and you look north of it, you'll see the Caspian Sea, what I'm talking about. But apparently Fox News is counting on you not to know any type of geography, which is wild, but that's what they do.
Production levels, which would force significant output cuts, risking long-term damage to Iran's oil fields. The strategy the Trump administration is pursuing is to break the Iranian blockade militarily while enforcing its own blockade of Iran's oil tankers to force Iran's hand in negotiations, Larry.
Jennifer, just one quick question. Thank you for your reporting. There's however many ships.
Yo, Jet, I completely agree, though. It is funny how they're putting a blockade on top of a blockade, thinking that it was going to be better. But now all we have is, a double lock on the Strait of Hormuz.
Ships ready to come through the strait, 100 ships, 150 ships, I don't know how many, 200 ships. Do you think our strategy, American Navy strategy, is to, have a large number of them come, not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, but let's say for argument's sake, 50 ships going through, which would really kind of break the whole logjam, probably bring down oil prices. But is that part, they're going to go big, Jennifer? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I think obviously the goal is to go big, but they have to test the waters, so to speak. And that's what they did today, sending those 2 ships through, the Apache helicopters, the overwatch that they were able to provide. They were able to shoot down those drones and cruise missiles. If you sent 50 through at the same time right now, you might find that the Iranians could get lucky and hit one of those ships, and that would be disastrous. So they're going to test the waters. They're going to keep destroying the small Iranian fast boats and prevent them from targeting.
So we're just going to waste munitions on small little kamikaze fast boats that don't have nobody on them. So we're literally just destroying drones at this point. And once again, please don't tell me we're just like wasting ammunition on drones because we want to try to take on the Strait of Hormuz, or we want to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Please don't tell me that's what we're doing, because that just does not sound like a good idea. It sounds way better if you just got to, I don't know, an agreement with Iran. But this is the path we're taking, and it just looks like we're just trying to escalate things at this point, because we don't got to do this. And it does seem like we're just going to test Iran's gangsters and see how well they can defend the Strait of Hormuz. And if they're sending all these boats and they can also send drones and missiles, I mean, we're going to be too busy defending our own ships to be sitting there trying to defend an oil rig, or one of these other vessels. I'm sorry, just not going to work out. I don't know, unless they bring down the full force of the Navy. And I mean, I doubt they're going to do that.
This open waterway that they've opened and demined near Oman, Larry.
All right, got it. Thank you for that, by the way. You're the first person to really walk me through that. I appreciate it very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
Speaking of this guy, Jesse, let's go actually get into what his analysis is. First off, there we go. Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and smashing that like button, depending on how you're watching. All right, let's go.
Fox News Alert, Central Command has just initiated Operation Project Freedom. The mission, unblock the strait. The president says if Iran interferes, it's a death sentence.
I spoke with President Trump for 20 minutes about the situation with Iran. He talked about Project Freedom and the U.S. efforts to guide vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime, saying if the Iranians try to target U.S. ships in this area, they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth.
Iran's Mosquito fleet tried to test the operation, and they got wasted by attack helicopters.
We have an enormous amount of capability and firepower concentrated in and around the strait, including A-864 Apache and M-860 Seahawk.
I mean, like I said, that's cool and all, but how are you guys going to be able to lead these vessels through when you're dealing with, like, when you're under fire? Like, and then you also got to protect y'all ship. We also got to protect our ships and this ship that we're leading through. Like, please, like, make that make sense. Because I'm sorry, but I hear the plan. It's noble. It sounds badass, but it's very unlikely.
Helicopters used just this morning to eliminate 6 Iranian small boats threatening commercial shipping.
15,000 American service members are supporting Project Freedom. Multiple U.S.-guided missile destroyers sailed right up into the strait and are now operating with impunity in the Persian Gulf. 2 carrier strike groups are not only providing support to clear the strait, they're also pulling blockade duty. And they're packed to the brim with over 100 land and sea aircraft on deck, including fleets of Warthogs, F-15s, F-18s, F-35s, and Growlers. The Pentagon has assembled a massive amount of firepower dedicated to unlocking the choke point.
The Mosquito Navy is being swatted. Numerous ships, maybe in double digits, have been destroyed. And the U.S., we are just firing if fired upon. We are not the provocateurs here. But if the Iranians want to escalate...
Bro, what? Besson, come on now, Besson. You know damn well we're the provocateurs here. Everything was all good in the strait until we decided to do Operation Freedom and try to, route these people through the Strait of Hormuz. And now Iran's firing because of that. And they told us before we did this that, yo, if you try to transit through here, we're gonna shoot at you. Here we are once again testing Iran's gangster, going through the strait, pretending like nothing's supposed to happen. Then when they do what they said they were gonna do, oh my God, oh, we're so surprised. Oh, I can't believe it. It's like, dude, first off, we all knew Iran was gonna attack. You guys instigated Iran's attack just by trying to go through the strait. And at this point, I'm thinking that, well, you guys wanted to get back into it with Iran. And now y'all just testing their naval power in the strait. Which I get it, but let's be real though. You're just going up the escalation ladder, and it's not really helping anybody out, especially when it comes to, well, oil prices or the stability in the Middle East.
Here we are willing to escalate.
So this is clearly a test of Iran as well as we speak, correct?
It is a test of Iran, but Bill, again, this is a ragtag band of pirates.
This isn't an offensive operation. This is purely defensive. And we have a secret weapon, R2-D2.
The United States Navy has a tremendous ship defense. We have the Aegis missile defense system to get incoming missiles, and then we have the CWIS, the close-in weapon system. They call it the R2-D2 of death because it looks like the small character from the Star Wars movies with a giant machine gun that shoots 2,000 rounds a minute. And so we have enormous defenses to protect against missiles coming into U.S. ships.
If it flies, it dies. We created a defensive umbrella around the whole waterway, basically an iron dome over Hormuz.
That dome defense will make certain that anything fired that penetrates through the layer of defense will be defeated. That fast boats that come out and try to intervene will be defeated.
You know what the problem is? They're only naming, look, the fast boats, the kamikaze fast boats that they're just throwing at them. Those are kind of easy to deal with. They still got to deal with the mines as well. But then they also got to deal with the drones, and the ones that fly overhead, not just the ones in the water. And then also missiles that Iran is yet to throw. And I'm hoping that they don't, because I think that would just shatter this whole illusion of Operation Freedom. And I think they're refraining from doing that because they know the damage it would do. Because I've been seeing the way Iran's been attacking these ships, and it seems like they're trying to cause minimal damage to where these ships can still turn around, not completely destroy it to sink it. So if America keeps testing this out and Iran throws a missile, then I'm really wondering what we're going to do then. And they can throw multiple missiles into the strait, and we won't be able to catch them all. I believe that's been proven with the Iron Dome, and look how that's turned out. Look at the missile defense system in, what was it, UAE, Bahrain. All of them has been blown through. Some of them not even by missiles, by drones.
Thing on the surface like a fast boat, or actually below the surface, will be defeated. That anything coming from the land, maybe a shoulder-fired missile or something like that, would be defeated. That's the dome defense.
There have been over 1,000 commercial vessels that have been stranded in the Gulf since the start of the war, including 5 American-flagged ships. 2 of them sailed right through today. The Hormuz Dome did its job. And the goal is for ships to leave and return safely, back and forth, back and forth. We aren't just doing the ship-to-ship escorts.
2 ships. Jesus Christ. The Strait of Hormuz, you used to having like 100 ships or more a day. So bragging about 2 ships is absolutely like laughable. It's like, as much as I want to go like, hoorah, America. Like, yeah, maybe if we did 50 ships. All right, cool. That's amazing. Even though it's 100 ships that pass through there a day, only 2, that's not helping anybody.
So this is a much bigger and more efficient operation. We've demined a safe passageway for commercial vessels to transit out of the strait, and we're knocking down any threat to freedom of navigation. We're assuming the risk here. But the president's also setting an example for other countries. The president said this, quote, Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. The Iranians launched a few drones and missiles at our Navy and foreign vessels, but everything was intercepted. And since then,
guys, make sure to support the show by super chatting in any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. And also make sure to double tap that screen, guys. Let's get to 100 likes by double tapping that screen and liking the video. All right, let's keep it going.
Enemy stood down. The Mosquito fleet's never been weaker. Admiral Cooper, who spent his entire career operating in the Strait, says these fleets used to come at you by the dozen. Today, they came in a little 6-pack, and we spanked all 6 with Apache and Seahawk gunfire. Not only are we lighting up their fast boats, we're seizing their tankers.
We then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
The blockade's already turned around 50 Iranian ships, 50. Now, if we reopen the strait while the blockade is still in place.
Guys, I want you to know how bad of an idea this is. All right, if you don't know that Iran, they make these, they make these kamikaze speedboats. Yes, these drone speedboats in-house. So they can just keep on making them and sending them out there into the Strait of Hormuz all day, every day. This is about wearing down our munition. This is, like I said, it's an asymmetric warfare. They're not even really trying to fight fair here. So what they're going to do is they're just going to keep on sending these kamikaze drones and really low-cost weaponry out there while we're just out here using, missiles and gunfire, which, of course, we got to do. But here's the problem. It's not really helping us out, to be quite honest with you. And if we actually got to do a land invasion, or we actually got to protect these vessels or protect our own, we've already wasted a whole lot of munition just taking out speedboats. Like, do you hear how wild this sounds? But they're trying to cheerlead for it.
It's over. They have 0 cards to play. They'd be cornered at the negotiating table. The Iranians keep sending us proposals, but POTUS keeps just knocking them down.
We don't know who the hell we're dealing with. They call up, this is Mohammed so-and-so, and I say, are you a leader? We're looking for a leader. It's the only country in the world. Nobody wants to be a leader.
As funny as the joke is, though. No, everybody knows who the leader is. What was it? It's Khomeini's son. I forgot how to pronounce his first name. I know it starts with an M. But no, Khomeini's son is still in power. Not Khomeini's son is still in power. He's still running the IRGC. The IRGC still runs Iran. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but the regime is still in power. There is no disruption in leadership, or we'd probably have the Strait of Hormuz open, and they would have conceded to our maximalist demands by now, not just walk away from us. So, yeah, none of that actually reads into reality. What I mean by that is that you're telling us that, oh, the leadership is destroyed, but yet Iran is still acting in unison by closing down the strait. It's not like they're having a fight over. It's not like there's a whole civil war going on to, oh, who want to stop the war, who want to keep it going. None of that's going on. The Iranian people, most of them are in unison about this war and defending us off. So sorry, but there is no disruption in their leadership. As much as I'd love for that to be true, make things easier on us.
The president didn't want to wait around for Mohammed's next 14-point peace plan. Sources tell Axios he wants action, doesn't want to sit still. He wants pressure. He wants a deal. And Tehran made a big mistake today. Not only did they fire at ships, breaking the ceasefire, but they launched a handful of missiles and drones at our ally, the UAE.
I mean, y'all did go through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we did go through the Strait of Hormuz after a clear warning. They said if we try to go through, they're going to shoot at us. So you drove through, you get shot at, and now you're going like, oh, you broke the ceasefire? I mean, come on now. Y'all baited it. Come on. That just sounds like we're trying to start the war back up. It's like they told us what they're going to do, and we go in there acting like they're not going to do it. Now when they start firing off and sending kamikaze speedboats as ships, we're just like, oh my God, they're breaking the ceasefire. Actually, I think that we broke the ceasefire just by trying to do Operation Freedom, knowing damn well Iran was going to see that as an act of aggression and start firing off. Like we knew this was going to happen. But maybe we did it to make Iran look like the bad guy so we could sit there and say they broke the ceasefire while we're over here trying to move ships through the strait that they already said they'll shoot any ship that try to go through.
The Arabs knocked down all the missiles, but a drone started a fire at a key oil terminal. Luckily, they put out the fire. Iran was given a choice. They could either get strangled by the blockade while they watch the strait reopen, or they break the ceasefire and lob missiles at civilian targets. They made a poor choice because now the United States is probably going to finish them off. Sources tell Fox that we are closer to major combat operations than we were 24 hours ago. The commander-in-chief says we have more weapons and ammo at a higher grade than we had before. Generals say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
I think it's more likely than not that we will return to combat operations to finish these guys once and for all. One thing I think we have to do is make certain that our CIA and our Mossad have got plans, and they're working them right now, to undermine this regime covertly and also assist the Iranian people. Because as this thing starts to break apart, the vulnerability of the regime and its leaders and lack of trust in one another, we can take advantage of that and also encourage the Iranian people to get out there.
I mean, bro, we tried that in January by giving the protesters guns to go ahead and try to force a revolution, try to force a regime change. It didn't work. So, I mean, if we couldn't even cause dysfunction then while completely destroying their currency, what makes you think we can cause it now? And I mean, here's the problem. You think these guys, I'm sorry, but guys, try to make sense of this. If there was really a disruption in leadership, then why hasn't there really been any fault in Iran's step? Like, think about it like this. When Iran wants to close the strait, they do. When they want to come to the table, they do. When they want to walk away from the table, they do. And we don't hear, and there is no civil war going on in Iran for as far as, well, actually, I'm pretty sure there is no civil war going on in Iran. And all I'm seeing is a bunch of ladies in burqas and AK-47s talking about death to America. So I'm sorry, but they're looking pretty united. And of course, when the parliament leader, the foreign minister and the leader is all on the same page saying the same thing, they're on Twitter. You can read them. You can read what they're saying, guys. You don't got to fall for the Fox News lie. When you got Twitter and these guys are on Twitter, or sorry, but X, you can sit there and read what they're saying. If you read what they're saying, they're all in line here. There is no disruption. There's nobody stepping away. I mean, we was hoping Pozeskian was going to do something, but now he's 10 toes down.
Keen's pretty plugged in.
No
He's
longer
suggesting
moderate.
that the final blow could trigger regime collapse and that intelligence assets are preparing the ground inside of Iran for a potential uprising. The Guard's vulnerable. They just missed payroll.
Their economy is in free fall, and everyone says they have the high tolerance for pain. Well, their soldiers.
I mean, bro, and this is what kills me with Besson. It's like, Besson, you know they have a high tolerance for economic pain. You literally destroyed their currency in the beginning of, well, actually in December. So that didn't bring them down. And think about it, guys. $1 is 1.8 million in their currency. 1.8 million real, I believe, is what their currency is called. So they're already going through it then. The reason why the IRG has not broken up is because you got the wrong idea of what the IRGC is. You're thinking it's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. No, 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 no. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, aka they're fighting for more than just money here. They're fighting at the service of the Ayatollah because they see him as their religious leader and they will die for this man, regardless of a paycheck. Did we forget that these are religious zealots, that these are like, bro, religious clerics that just don't give a ish about nothing but Islam? Did you forget that part? You think they give a damn about money? Who you think we're fighting? Saudi Arabia?
Will not have a high tolerance for not getting paid.
The regime made an enormous strategic mistake by bombing their neighbors because their neighbors said, oh, yeah, well, guess what? We just wiped out your bank accounts.
They really miscalculated when they started bombing their Gulf neighbors in a kinetic fashion. And in response, the Gulf neighbors, who I would describe as somewhat permissive in allowing Iranian IRGC money, Iranian regime money into their banking systems, have been very fulsome and come forward and given us the details and allowed us to freeze those assets.
The walls could be closing in. They can't sell oil, rugs, or pistachios. Meanwhile,
Bro, they're already one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. That's the problem with sanctions, guys, because we be throwing these sanctions on countries and they get used to it and the sanctions don't hit the same no more. AKA, it loses its effect. Like, when we first put sanctions on Russia, I'm pretty sure it hurt. But after a while, they get used to it. Just like Iran, after a while, they get used to it. And the best thing about what actually leans into their favor is the fact that they're a self-sustaining country. Like 80% of their food comes from them. They make all their missiles, drones, weaponry, all of it's made in-house. So they really don't need to go outside for anything else. So when you're talking about economically squeezing them, that's the same strategy we tried with Russia, with Ukraine, and we failed. And sadly, Russia's economy has only grown from turning into a wartime economy that we've kind of helped usher them into. So oops on that one. And thanks a lot, Biden. But now thanks a lot, Trump, for getting us into this.
Sold $8.5 billion in weapons to Gulf allies. So if the war cost $25 billion, we already made back a third. Not bad. Trump's clearing the strait while he's slowly choking the gay Ayatollah in his sleep. Pretty soon, he'll head to Beijing with a strong hand.
We're leading China in AI, and I'm going to go see President Xi in 2 weeks. I look forward to that, but I'll say I'm leading. We have.
It's not just AI. We have the Chinese surrounded. We've been conducting board and seizure drills with our Philippine allies. And the 7th Infantry, for the first time ever, just fired some missiles from the Philippine island of Palawan right towards the South China Sea. Call it a little chin music for Xi. But who knows what's next? Anything could happen. The Secretary of State's just got assigned another job. He's a DJ. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Now let's go ahead and get into this little debate here because, we were supposed to be drawing upon the 60 days to where Trump got to ask, Congress to continuous, funding for this war. But sadly, they've came up with a loophole with that. So apparently we got into June 14th instead of, which was honestly, it should have been yesterday. But hey, the ceasefire apparently counts as a pause. So let's get into it with these guys over here at PBD.
Iran sends their proposal to U.S. with 14 points that they asked about, right? And then U.S. comes back and says, no, we're not having the 7 to 8 points that we're going to be with. And Ruhollah, their supreme leader, came out and said the following. I think he said something about the fact that we're not compromising. Iran's supreme leader vows to protect nuclear and missile capabilities.
Oh, okay. I did want to show you guys something real quick, though. So here it is. Iran just attacked the UAE. Show you guys on my X page. 12 ballistic missiles, 12 cruise missiles, 4 drones, all intercepted so far. So, and this is what the UAE was able to intercept. All right, Tehran warned Abu Dhabi not to take any unwise actions. Damn, apparently Abu Dhabi's existence was unwise enough. Damn. But this is what's pretty much going down. But some always make it through. See, and that's the problem here, that, you know, everybody brags about blocking Iran's, you know, missiles, but then they forget to mention the ones that make it through. Like, we blocked 90% of their missiles. Yeah, but that 10% made it through really effed y'all up. Let's not forget. Like, that's why we kind of want none to make it through. But, you know, I know that's asking for too much, but preferably you would want none to make it through so you don't take any type of damage. But yeah, that's what's going on in the UAE right now. Jeez. And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to these guys at PBD. Just wanted to show you that real quick, let you guys know what's going on the other side of the world.
And they keep saying this over and over and over again, meaning, look, we're not doing anything unless if we can't have our nuclear weapons. So they keep saying this. This is the supreme leader. Iran's supreme leader vows to protect nuclear and missile capabilities right there. Capable in the statement, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said that the only place Americans belong in the Persian Gulf is at the bottom of its waters. Okay. Oh. Obviously, that's how you speak when you're negotiating. Yeah. Very sweetheart. Yeah. Iran's supreme leader defied Thursday to protect the Islamic Republic's nuclear and missile capabilities, with U.S. Donald Trump has sought to curtail. In a statement read by state television anchor, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said the only place Americans belong to the Persian Gulf is about.
Okay, Machoba Khomeini. Okay, you know, it's actually funny that they said that. I mean, like, you know, we did pretty much take this guy's dad, mom, and daughter out in one strike. So what do you expect for him to use nice language towards us?
Bottom of the water, and a new chapter was being written in the region's history. His remarks come as Iran's economy is reeling and its oil industry is being squeezed by the U.S. Navy blockade, halting its tankers from getting out to sea. The world economy is under pressure as Iran maintains its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of all crude oil is transported. On Thursday, the global benchmark for crude, for oil, Brent crude, hits as high as 126. So 90 million proud and honorable Iranians inside and outside the country regard all of Iran's identity-based, spiritual, human, scientific, industrial, and technological capabilities, from nanotechnology to biotechnology to nuclear and missile capabilities, as national. Said Khamenei, by the way. So he's selling Iran, and they want to make sure this is not going to be going away. So do we yet know, Rob, what those 7 or 8 are that America turned down?
No, I don't believe they have been publicized yet.
Okay, so we don't know that. But this is happening while they send the 14. Trump at first says he doesn't know. Then he said, we looked at it. We don't like some of the demands on what's going on. And so we'll see. Most reported 14 components, binding non-aggression guarantees from U.S., full end to hostilities across all fronts, including Israel, Lebanon, withdrawal of U.S. forces from around Iran region, end of U.S. naval blockade of Iran, reopening of Strait of Hormuz under a new joint system, full lifting of U.S. sanctions, release of frozen Iranian assets. That's $30 billion.
I mean, I'm sorry, but if Trump was to do all of this, then people would pretty much say we lost the war at this point. Let's see. Bond non-aggression guarantees from the U.S., a.k.a. we can't attack these guys again. Full end to hostilities across all fronts, including Lebanon/Israel theater, a.k.a. they also got to stop the BS in Gaza as well. Withdraw U.S. forces from around Iran/the region. And I mean, oh boy, that would be that'd be an ultimate L. And end the U.S. naval blockade, which we should have done a week ago, or we wouldn't really be in this situation. But hey, it is what it is. But all right, guys, let's get over to Piers Morgan here, because I did want to get into this debate. It was actually a pretty interesting one.
It's kind of morphed into more like they have a biblical right to your support. And if you define it that way, which I think Tucker does, more and more people are like, well, I'm out. Beirut is starting to look like Gaza, and you're unapologetic about it. And now I'm sick of it, and I don't care. And I think Tucker doesn't care, and I think you don't care, and sane people don't care. Call me whatever the hell you want. I don't care.
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
I have sat on panel after panel after panel with Scott Jennings as he lies about this war. I'm not playing the games where I have to be nice.
Don't be a wise ass, okay? Stick to the substance.
Mockler, you have no reason to apologize. The reason why they're attacking your tone is because they can't attack your substance.
Let me get the small violin out. I had stage 4 prostate cancer. I was shot 5 times with hollow point bullets on the orders of the Gaudis to the Gambinos. You keep the king and the queen there. We'll keep Mickey.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video if you haven't already, guys. Let's get more people on our conversation by double tapping that screen. And any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse here because that's your Disney World.
Last week, 2 Jewish men were stabbed in a primarily Jewish London neighborhood. The Somali-born suspect was heroically detained by police, and thankfully, this time, both men survived. But attacks like this keep happening with disturbing frequency all over Europe and in the United States too. The only correct response is for everybody to emphatically reject anti-Semitism wherever they see it, just as the correct response to an attempt on a president's life is to reject all forms of political violence. It's not a correct response to censor liberal opinions or liberal people on the basis that the attempted assassin had left-wing positions. And the exact same thing can be said of criticizing Israel. In fact, conflating Israel and Judaism is part of the problem. And it's the people who claim to be most concerned about anti-Semitism who keep doing it. Last week, Mark Levin called for so-called Nazis, including Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson, to be deplatformed using the exact same language that was once deployed against conservatives like him. Listen carefully to his words here.
The hate crimes against Jews in Europe are through the roof. Against Jews in the United States are through the roof.
And bro, this what killed me about Mark Levin. He's turning the right. He's turning MAGA into a bunch of leftists. It's getting to the point where MAGA is now calling for people to be censored. MAGA is now calling for people to have their sponsors stripped. It's like, this is MAGA. This is what MAGA's doing now. And it's sickening because it's just like the same thing you guys are criticizing the Dems for, you guys are doing in full force. Into your own at that. That's the worst part. At least the Dems did it to the Republicans or the other side. You guys are doing it to your own. That's the sick part about it. And it does seem like MAGA now is officially a cult because you've pushed out all the guys who you guys disagreed with. And you're now calling us leftists and Democrats. So congratulations, MAGA. You've officially made yourself a cult because you can't have a debate on how bad this war is. Because you don't want to have that debate, you've now made the anti-war position. You framed it as a leftist position. Now you want to call us a bunch of Democrats. Well, guess what? Now you're officially a cult because the guys who you were having disagreements with in y'all circle, you've pushed to the other side. And now you're even calling for censorship of those people that y'all pushed to the other side.
Does anybody care about World War II and the Holocaust anymore? We're supposed to hate Israel. Hate Netanyahu. The Jews got us in this war with Iran. The president has said over and over again, BS. I make the decisions as president of the United States.
We're not saying the Jews. We're saying the Israelis, or F it. We're going to say Benjamin Netanyahu's regime dragged us into this war. Okay, there you go. Not the Jews.
The Jews got us into the war with Iran, he says, drawing a straight line between a legitimate opinion and anti-Semitic violence. But nobody says that. Many people blame Israel for involving the US in the war in Iran, mostly because of the overwhelming on-the-record evidence and reporting which substantiates that view. That's very different to blaming the religion and its followers. Mark Levin and others who share his views do this repeatedly, and it's dangerous. Violent attacks against Jewish people have been rising all over the world ever since the Israeli war on Hamas. Many people are rightly furious about the civilian death toll in Gaza. Some people are dangerous and insane. All the more reason to make crystal clear that Netanyahu is no more a spokesman for global Judaism than Cole Thomas Allen is a spokesman for the Democrats. A similar debate about the importance
and it's pathetic too, though, because it's really, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. It's these crazy Israelis, and I'm not all of the Israelis, but it's the crazy ones that's so committed to annexing Lebanon and genociding the Palestinians in Gaza that hides behind the rest of the Jews, to the point where they're saying if you criticize Israel, they're gonna say you're anti-Semitic, because they're gonna try to frame it as you're criticizing all Jews, but you're not. You're criticizing a group of them. Not all of them, but for some reason they want to run away from the debate by calling you an anti-Semite because, well, of course they can't defend the position that they're holding. And two, well, it's easier to call you a racist than actually engage what these group of Jews are doing, or these group of Israelis are doing in the government of Israel. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get those likes up. Let's get to 100.
words form part of Tucker Carlson's much discussed interview with the New York Times.
From my understanding of my own, I was just in Germany recently. And, it was such a good reminder that the Holocaust didn't start with the gassing of Jews. It started with the dehumanization of Jews. It was language that was used. And again, that is what it concerns
I couldn't agree
people.
more. And
That
that's
is
why when you
hilarious.
have a U.S. senator.
Now, I would ask, I'm just like, yeah, you're right. So do you condemn the dehumanizing language that, Israeli politicians like Gun Lavir, Smotrich, Bibi Netanyahu, do you not want to talk to them about their genocidal language, their hateful, dehumanizing language towards Arabs? You don't want to talk about that at all. But we got to sit here and talk about anti-Semitism. And it's funny because Arabs are Semites, so they would kind of be thrown into that. So what, is Bibi Netanyahu now an anti-Semite as well, if y'all being consistent with the definition that is?
A member of Congress, a U.S. ambassador, waving away civilian deaths as if they don't matter. That's the language of genocide, which results, and this is the lesson of the Holocaust, in genocide itself.
Well, right on cue, yesterday's Israel National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, posed with his birthday cake, decorated with a golden noose and the words, "Sometimes dreams come true," a grotesque celebration of his new two-tier death penalty law, which will target only Palestinians. Anybody misusing anti-Semitism to deflect criticism of Israel is leading Jewish people everywhere to shoulder the blame for the behavior of people like Ben-Gvir. I can't think of anything more likely to put them in harm's way than that. Well, my all-star panel is standing by, but we'll begin today's show with Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn, welcome back to Uncensored.
Great to be here, Piers.
Mark Levine has posted on X, folks, Tucker, in my opinion, mentally ill. That is the explanation. It's not complicated. What he says, incessant lying and conspiracies, obsessive hatred of Israel and Jews, his speech pattern and odd rambling, strange cackling, wild.
Shout out to my man Agent Nice. Like, here, $5. And he said, the problem is both political parties have been infiltrated by a lot of the same folks. That's why they sound the same once they are in power. I mean, damn, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You're not lying, bro. And appreciate the support. Both sides have been infiltrated, but it does seem that the Republican Party have been infiltrated heavily. I mean, it's to the point where we got Republicans talking about anti-Semitism laws and controlling education to how they teach about the Holocaust and what they can say and all this good stuff. AKA, they can pretty much rewrite they're going to rewrite history to our children about what's happened with recent events because of anti-Semitism laws in education. And trust me, they're going to start stretching it more. So that's Republicans pushing that stuff, and that's against freedom of speech, but they don't really care when it comes to, I guess, Israel. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. And on the Dem side, there's Dems that, of course, that support Israel, like Chuck Schumer, what was it, Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, they're both avid supporters of Israel. But the problem is, though, that the younger generation of the Dems are kind of turning against Israel. So it looks like the Dems are a bit more on it when it comes to that point. But Dems, I'm gonna be real with you, they've always been better at geopolitics than Republicans. But Republicans always been better at domestic policies or domestic politics than liberals or Democrats.
Mood swings and all the rest. That's his latest diatribe about Tucker. He's done similar to you as well and others. What do you make of that?
Frankly, I can't believe that Fox News allows him to continue going on the air, given what he's saying about mainstream conservative figures. It's really dangerous. And I think if Mark Levin and others want to figure out why there's so much negative feeling happening about Israel right now, they should start by looking at Israel. instead of the people who are offering the criticism. You know, it's not dissimilar entirely from the whole thing with Ben Shapiro going after you, going after me, deciding on his own who can and cannot be within the conservative movement. And then when some of us said, who died and made you king of conservatives? Who gets to decide who's in and out? They said, you're an anti-Semite. Wait, no. What you're saying is creating anti-Semites. No. What he is saying is creating anti-Semites. Anybody who purports
I'm
to
be real with you, like, yeah, you're gonna create anti-Semites when you're shutting people down for talking about them. Like, here's the thing: people get this. Is how somebody turns into an anti-Semite. They start talking about Israel on their social media, and it gets shut down. And this is a real story. This was happening before October 7th, before you can actually really talk about Israel. So at that time, really, if you was to go ahead and talk about Israel too harshly, your channel is going to get taken down. And I'm sorry, but they wasn't doing that for any other country. But for some reason, past October 7th, you really couldn't hide it no more. And I kind of lost my train of thought on that one. So I'm going to get back to the video. My bad.
say, I will decide who died and made you king of conservatives, who gets to decide who's in and out.
How you make anti-Semites? Oh, yeah. By banning them for talking about Israel. And at a certain point, they go too far down the JQ question or the JQ pill. And they start hating Jews because Jews have pretty much shut down their livelihood, banking, kicked them out of high establishment. I mean, that's how you get people like Nick Fuentes. And if you actually listen to Nick Fuentes' story, I don't agree with the outcome of how he talks about Jews or how he feels about them, but I understand where it comes from, seeing that, they kind of honed in on you and destroyed your life at a certain point. And that's how you create anti-Semites. I mean, bro, I'm just going to keep it real. If a bunch of black people came in and killed your entire family, I wouldn't be mad at you if you had felt some type of way towards black people. I would prefer you wouldn't, but I get why you do.
They said, you're an anti-Semite. Wait, no. What you're saying is creating anti-Semites. No. What he is saying is creating anti-Semites. Anybody who purports to say, I will decide who can speak and who cannot, and how they need to speak and how they can't, automatically engenders a sort of revulsion by the thinking West, because we have freedom in our blood and we don't work that way generally. That tends to be a very far left thing, the policing of the language. And there have been people who are very pro-Israel, like Levin, like the folks over at Commentary Magazine, who for a very long time now have been trying to conflate anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And then a debate unfolded about what is anti-Zionism? Because many of us thought it was, do you believe that Israel, is a country, like they deserve to have a place to live? It's kind of morphed into more like they have a biblical right to your support for whatever portion of the Middle East they want to occupy. And if you define it that way, which I think Tucker does, more and more people are like, well, I'm out. I'm not saying that. They don't have a right to dominate the Middle East, and they don't have a right to be in those particular borders any more than the United States has a right to be in its particular borders. Over the course of hundreds of years, these things change. There's not a biblical right that I need to support as a Christian. But it has been the most ardently pro-Israel people, like the Commentary Magazine people, like Mark Levin, who have been trying to intentionally make that conflation. And it's just not true. You go on your show regularly and criticize your government and the United States. I do the same. I mean, if you counted up all the criticisms I've had of obviously the Joe Biden administration, the Obama administration, but also the Trump administrations, we'd be here for months.
All right, bro. I guess I got to grill somebody. So, yeah, you're putting me on the spot. First off, I'm be real with you. You didn't create tech. Actually, yeah, you manufacture tech in Israel. So you didn't create anything, big dog. And if you're really wondering who created tech, let me introduce you to my dog right here, man. Shout out to my man, Jesse Eugene Russell. Shout out to my dog here. Black man, an African-American engineer, is recognized for pioneering the digital cell phone and contribution to 4G technology in the 1980s and 1990s. I mean, you said what my people did, and I'm showing you my boy Eugene Russell was out here cooking. So, but that wasn't you. That wasn't you guys. I mean, shoot, don't do that. Don't do that now.
But I can't do the same against.
The only thing y'all do is take it and market it. And then scam people on business deals. I'm sorry, but it's getting a little y'all know how y'all like to. Okay, now I'm getting a little too effed up here. But I'm going all the way in. Y'all know how y'all do people on them deals. Come on now. All right.
Bibi Netanyahu? I can't do the same against Israel because I'm a Christian or because it makes me an anti-Semite?
That's what I am, dumbass. I'm a black African American, dumbass. Boy, get your dumbass out of my chat, bro. I can't do the racism sometimes because y'all be the most retarded people saying the most dumbest shit. And then when people prove you wrong, it's like you just double down on the retardation.
Thinking people know that's a lie and it makes them recoil.
Yeah, and I think the people like Mark Levin who starting that clip that I show with, people are trying to blame the Jews. They're not. I mean, look, there are some people out there who are genuinely anti-Semitic who will definitely blame the Jews for everything and hate Jewish people. Of course they are. They're genuine anti-Semites. But the people he's alluding to in that rant of his are actually people who've criticized the Israeli government, and people like Ben-Gvir, whose wife gives him a birthday cake for his 50th birthday only 2 days ago, which has a golden noose on it. And they celebrate this. This is psychopathic behavior. And I've been pointing this out about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir for a while.
I just got to be a dick one more time about it. Oh, Jews invented tech, but they had to steal the nuke from us, though. Oh, oy vey, we don't know how to make a nuke, so we got to go steal it from the Americans. Oy vey. It's like, well, fuck off. Sorry, guys. I had to really grill that guy talking about my people like that. Shoot, I would have grilled you. You started talking about Americans like that.
For those who are not as up to speed with the history of what happened here, Netanyahu only got back into power by getting into bed with some extremely dark individuals like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, whose game plan really is to get all the Palestinians out of the West Bank, out of Gaza, and take it all over themselves. They are supremacists in that sense. And the idea that somehow you conflate criticism of those people working in a very, very hardline Israeli government, doing some stuff which most people, most decent-minded people, find increasingly unacceptable, that you suddenly twist that into, well, it's blaming the Jews. This is an anti-Jewish thing, as if somehow it's about the religion of anybody. It's completely shameful and outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're using it as an obvious tactic to stop us from leveling those criticisms. And I will tell you, as somebody who's been defensive largely of Israel over the past few years in its retaliatory campaign against Hamas, I'm disgusted by this because this guy puts the truth to what I had previously believed was a lie about Israel. I didn't get into the day-to-day that much on what was happening in Gaza, but I generally felt like, you know what? They attacked Israel. It was absolutely brutal. It was a terrorist attack. And you and I had a discussion about, do they really need a proportionate response, Israel? We wouldn't have done that as the United States. I meant that at the time. I looked at Israel and perceived its behavior in good faith. Like this is a people that was attacked like we were attacked on 9/11, and they have every right to go and, harshly defend themselves against the group of people that did it. No, it's so far beyond.
Here's the problem. Nobody ever really got mad at Israel for responding back to October 7th. I mean, we would expect nothing less. We would expect nothing less. But the problem was the overreaction. I know that kind of hurts a lot. Excuse me, but a lot of the pro-Zionist guys' feelings when I say overreaction, but let's be real. And I'm sorry, but with the fact that they took out 1,200 people does not mean you guys get to take out 70,000. Like, I get it, but Hamas is not a 70,000 man army. I'm sorry, but that's how much people they took out. And Hamas is still running around after taking out multiple civilians. So that's what's killing me about this whole stuff, because they said they were mainly going after Hamas, but the kill ratio from civilian to combatant is 8-1. So for every one Hamas member killed, that's 8 civilians down. So at a certain point, yes, that's where people came into a disagreement with it. Even I was in support of October 7th. I'm like, all right, cool. Get back and get up out of there. Take out Hamas, do what you got to do. But then when you start bombing hospitals, schools, etc., just destroying 70% of Gaza and then saying, oh, yeah, this is what? Justice? No, that's an overreaction. Justice would have been y'all decimating Hamas, but Hamas is still out there running around with 70% of Gaza laid down and 70,000 people dead, mostly civilians. I'm sorry, but that's indefensible.
that they genuinely don't seem to care about the tens of thousands of civilians, including children, including members of the press, including people who are obviously innocent. And enough time goes by, Piers, and even people like me who were previously pro-Israel see, wait a minute, they're lying. They're using that, the horror of 10/7 to justify their own terrible behavior every day thereafter. And you see this on camera. You can't avoid it. The other piece of the card is what's happening now in Iran, where President Trump, I think having realized this was a massive mistake, is trying repeatedly to get us out of it, the United States. And why can't we? Because our truly close personal ally, Israel, won't let us. Every time he tries to declare a peace, they start bombing Lebanon again. And Iran says, you know what? There's no peace deal. This was part of it. We know it was part of it because the Pakistani prime minister tweeted that out the night of the ceasefire saying Lebanon is part of it. And only once Israel called Trump, Netanyahu, saying, hey, we really want to keep bombing Lebanon and we're not going to agree not to, did it suddenly get otherized. And that's been one of the main sticking points in actually having a ceasefire ever since. Israel at every turn turns to warlike behavior, more deaths of civilians. Look at the journalists who are being killed in Lebanon, not to mention the children who are getting bombed. Some of it is on camera. And every time just says, oh, well, we tried not to. Well, I listened to that. I listened to that for a good year. 2 years.
Me too. I've been listening to this IDF tell us we do not target civilians. It's like, bro, all right. I get that you don't go in there with the intention to target civilians, but the problem is you don't give a fuck about who gets caught up in the aftermath of your strikes. Like, so when they killed the leader of Hezbollah back in, I think it was last year when they took him out, right? When they did the strikes there, the problem is that it's not that, he was using these people as human shields. The problem is you guys blew up the entire block. Like, you didn't just blow up bro's house. You blew up everything surrounding his house, including innocent civilians. That's the problem with Israel. They'll go after a member of Hamas and take out an entire building, civilians included. They'll go after a member of Hezbollah or the IRGC commander and blow up everybody around them, including civilians. So this is where Israel says that they don't target civilians because, we're just hitting our targets. I mean, that's true, but the problem is you don't give a fuck about who's involved in it. And that's a real problem.
And now I see you doing it in location after location, and Lebanon and Beirut is starting to look like Gaza, and you're unapologetic about it, and you won't work with us, and you definitely goaded our president into this, though he has agency and is equally to blame. And now I'm sick of it, and I don't care. And I think Tucker doesn't care, and I think you don't care, and sane people don't care. Call me whatever the hell you want, I don't care. I've been called a bigot by the trans people. I've been called a racist by the BLMers. I've been called now an anti-Semite by you folks.
Yeah, it's the same.
A lot of y'all
isn't it?
saying some wild stuff here, like, oh, war isn't pretty. I mean, we know that. Like, war on Hamas is cool. War on the Palestinian people is unacceptable because that's collective punishment. War on Hezbollah is cool, but war on the Lebanese people is unacceptable because that's collective punishment. What don't y'all understand about that? Or maybe some of you guys are just really down for collective punishment. Y'all just cool with that. And it's kind of crazy how, like, when the pro-Zionist people are all about collective punishment, but you guys hated what Hitler did to the Jews, though. It's like, come on now.
Disgusting person, or I just have political takes based on reality that are mainstream now.
Yeah, it's the same tactic each time. It's actually a tactic of enforcing censorship. What they're trying to do is bully people like me and you into not being critical of things like Israel's policy in Lebanon or Gaza, or, as you say, criticism of the transgender arguments, particularly surrounding women's sport, which was, to me, history will look back and go, who on earth ever defended that nonsense? To other issues involving the BLM riots, for example, when they happened. You could have a perfectly legitimate position being outraged about what happened to George Floyd, and also think the rioting that followed was outrageous, and there was a double standard about the way those rioters got treated compared to, say, the January 6th rioters. All these things, if you're intellectually honest, you can be honest about all of these things separately. And what happens is, as you said, you get called anti-Semitic, transphobic, racist, and it's a deliberate tactic to silence us. And it's a really
Yeah, I mean, like, bro, it's like when you, I'm be real with you, like when black people, and they still do this today, so shout out my people, but it's pretty much when black people try to call you racist anytime you criticize the black community. You see, because it's kind of like a scapegoat for accountability. We don't ever have to take accountability because every time you try to hold us accountable, we're just going to call you racist. And it's like, it's funny how they let the Jews do that. It's funny how they let the Israelis get away with the same thing that they criticize black people for. Conservatives. Nah, now I'm on y'all ass because that's exactly what you guys have been criticizing black people of for years. And I champion that. I get it because it is wrong. But to sit there and let the Jews do it with impunity is absolutely outrageous. When y'all know damn well y'all was criticizing us every single day for that. So no, you guys should have the same heat for the Jews, same heat for the Israelis, same thing you was giving to us. They want to say racism every time they want to dodge accountability, hone down on them about it, just like you did the black people. Go ahead. I want the same consistency, please. Go ahead. Same pressure.
Hideous one.
The anti-Semitic charge is a little different from the other charges in the following way, in my experience, because I'm new to this. I've been very pro-Israel, and I'm in no way an anti-Semite. Absolutely not. And there actually is zero evidence to the contrary, other than I continue to be friends with Tucker Carlson. Okay, great. But it's different from the others because on the right, I think most people dismiss, okay, racism. We're used to them saying that whenever we get critical of like these affirmative action programs or whatever. The trans thing, yes, they say transphobe, bigot, whatever. None of us take that seriously. But being called an anti-Semite on the right has actually caused many of us pause because the right has been very associated with being pro-Israel since as long as I was at Fox, which started in 2004. Like you were kind of expected to be pro-Israel, certainly as a Fox News anchor, but just as a conservative in America from that point forward. And so it's a little bizarre to hear your own side use those terms against you. Yeah. But what I've realized now is that it's because Israel, through its emissaries like AIPAC, has put dollars into the pockets of virtually all of our politicians.
Oh, guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys, by hitting that icon above. Yep, hit the icon above to subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video if you haven't already. Let's get right back into it. And like I said, make sure to double tap that screen.
Left and right here in America, and they will not go down without a fight. They have such a large presence here in the United States, which is totally antithetical to the way that our founding fathers envisioned our role in the world. They did not want foreign influence here in the United States of America. Hey, they knew.
Yo, that's next level racism right there. Yo, he said black people have no personal identity. What? Oh, I guess I'm just acting like the rest of them, I guess we all just act like gangbangers, I guess. Or what? Do all black people act like me? Like, you sound pretty dumb saying that, bro. Oh, man. All right, bro. That's peak racism right there. You're a dumbass, though. You are a dumbass.
You couldn't serve two masters at once. They understood that it would create this sort of resentment for the one. And it's so ubiquitous now that they actually do have a lot of purchase. There's a guy named Brad Parscale who's registered as a foreign agent for Israel, who's helping run Salem Media, which hosts several of our large podcasts now. And he is 100%, I believe, behind a lot of the online targeting that people like me and Tucker and probably you peers are getting right now. So what happens with the Israel crowd is that they have better funding and they're much more organized than the BLMers or the trans lobby. So I don't know what your social media is like, but I have gotten completely deluged with bots and, oh, Ben Shapiro was right. And you know they're bots. They all said the same tweet. It happened to Candace Owens. And so you feel it more, and it's fine. I've been targeted by many people.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. What they're trying to do to Candace, this is why I call MAGA leftists now, because there are literally people on MAGA who was mad about Joe Biden's censorship and whole freedom of speech and all this good stuff. Same people are out there calling for pretty much the deplatforming of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, calling for their sponsors to drop them. Same people who was protesting against that under Biden are now the ones championing it under Trump. And that's what I'm saying. MAGA is now turned into leftists. Like, damn, that's tough. That's tough. You guys have turned into the leftists of the right.
People, they will never shut me up or change my POV, but there are people who have smaller platforms who are just starting to ascend in this space, or just civilians who have opinions like ours, who also get pummeled and see us being made examples of. And so it's really deeply pernicious and dangerous. And not everybody's like you or Tucker or me, who our response to that is a massive middle finger to these people. I'd rather lose every single audience member than bend the knee to them, which isn't going to happen. But they're trying to make examples of us to threaten and scare.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is, you and Tucker are very proudly and firmly conservative right figures in America, and two of the most prominent in the country. I've never been that.
I mean, shoot, I've been conservative right. And here's the problem, though, is now I'm center-leaning conservative because of my opinions on geopolitics. But here's the thing, though. I still have same conservative values, but the problem is that we're getting thrown out of our own side because we disagree with this war, because apparently we're just supposed to go along with everything Donald Trump says. And if you don't, then you were never MAGA and you're un-American, you're a traitor for some reason. Is like I said, this is like leftist thinking. This is how the left operates, but some reason MAGA can't check themselves for some reason. I don't get why. Oh, yes, because they're too busy running defense for Trump and nobody can check Trump.
Position myself in that way. I consider myself to be a centrist, really. I used to run a reasonably left-wing
Hold on,
newspaper.
shout out Trump Bunny, though. Shout out Trump Bunny. You know what? You're a real one. You're a real one. Like, I do be hard on MAGA, but the only reason I'm being hard on MAGA right now is because of the BS I am seeing on X. What I'm seeing on X, what I'm seeing on Facebook, all social media, even YouTube, is absolutely disgusting. And it's kind of crazy that if I knew MAGA was going to be this, I probably wouldn't have voted for Trump if I knew this is what you guys were going to do. And I'm not talking to you, Trump, but I'm talking about MAGA, the guys who are still faithfully MAGA after everything Donald Trump has done. At a certain point, guys, like, what can't he do? Like, gas prices are up, right? Prices are going to be up across the board and going into next month, right? Like, what does it take for Donald Trump to do for you guys to sit there and be like, all right, we actually got to start condemning this guy? Because maybe if you guys showed some type of condemning instead of dick riding him the whole time, he would actually see the error of his ways. But when he's around an echo chamber of everybody who just supports him no matter what, there's going to be no change.
In the UK, the Daily Mirror. I'm certainly not conservative right by any normal metric. There have been a lot of crossover points, I think. The woke explosion, for example, brought a lot of us together on all that stuff. So lots of things that I find myself agreeing with you about, and there are some things you and I wouldn't agree about. But what this leads me just into the other point I was going to make, which is the incendiary nature of political rhetoric now. I just sense it's getting completely out of hand, and is driven by an inherent intellectual dishonesty, that people are just getting more and more venomous in their rhetoric. And I don't exclude the president from this, right? I've known him a long time. I consider him a friend. I was texting with him last week about the Royals, in which he showed the very best of President Trump. He was very, warm and friendly and cracking jokes and very charming. And then, other times in the last few weeks, he's gone pretty berserk on social media and talked about annihilating 90 million people and so on in Iran. What do you feel about this general debate about rhetoric, political rhetoric, particularly from those political leaders?
Well, I reject the leftist accusation that, having controversial opinions is causing mass shootings and so on and so forth. I just don't generally think. I think there are crazies out there who do what they're going to do, and it's unfortunate. And even if like some angry rhetoric was somehow incentivizing some bad behavior, this is America. You can say what you want to say. It's like very hard to police that. However, I do think the language and behavior that like truly dehumanizes people, and I'll just give you the latest example. And by that, I don't mean, like I reject BLM or, Trump is terrible. It's the stuff like those young high school girls on these now viral videos who are playing the audio of Charlie Kirk's assassination, his last few words, and then the sound of the bullets ringing out as the changeover music from their before pictures getting ready for the prom to the after with their prom gowns on and their makeup and hair done.
Whoa.
That is dehumanizing.
Yeah.
Like that stuff is genuinely dangerous. The celebrations of Luigi Mangione, the hundreds of TikTok videos of people saying like the shooter at the Trump assassination attempt, most recent, needed to get a better plan and better aim. How sad people were that he didn't get murdered. Like that's effing crazy,
Yeah,
Piers. And that stuff truly, I think, is leading us down a really dangerous path because we've always had psychos, but the open celebration of the attempted assassination.
All right, guys, I have to pretty much find out what in God's name she was talking about. So I found it. Now, you know, if your expression device, hopefully this doesn't offend you too much. But let's get into it. Let's see what they're doing here.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Yo!
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Hey, yo, all right. Highly inappropriate.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
What?
Great.
Hey, yo. Okay, and this is what's going viral. It's the same video that's going viral that these young ladies made. Pretty much just
great.
Yeah, that's out of pocket. That's extremely out of pocket. And I mean, they probably just ruined their chances of getting into college doing that dumbass shit, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness. Now that is dehumanizing right there. Like absolutely outrageous.
Is only going to lead to more of them. And we're now at a place where you've got some 20% of young liberals thinking political violence is okay. They see it. I think it's 6% of conservatives. So there is an imbalance there, though it's not entirely one-sided. And as somebody who, yes, I am more right-leaning for sure in my ideology, but I'm a registered independent, so I'm not a Republican. I would vote.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video.
For both sides, and I have voted for both sides, but I see that it is the right that is mostly dying as a result of this. It has to stop. Like it really has to stop. I think people are getting scared right out of the political arena.
Just finally, Megan, we're going to wrap up, but Donald Trump and Iran, it looks to me like he is desperate to get out of this with any kind of victory that he can. But at the moment, Iran is just not playing ball and has managed to work out that the control of the Strait of Hormuz is all they really need to do to string this out as long as they like and cause enormous damage. What should Trump be doing, do you think? I mean, if I was advising him, I'd be like, you know something, if this goes on for another few months, you can kiss goodbye to the House and the Senate in November. This is going to be enormously politically damaging for you, for the Republicans, for everything.
I mean, he might already have to do that already. And the problem is all he had to do was not get into this war, focus on affordability. I mean, gas was going down, inflation was going downwards. If he'd just focused on that while having a high-ass stock market, he'd have been good for midterms. It wouldn't have been perfect, but at least he'd been able to keep the Senate. And we'd have knew that for sure. Now, the Senate is in question. Not just the House, but the Senate is in question because of this. Because affordability has gotten worse. As you've seen, gas prices are about $5 basically. And inflation has went from 2.4 to 3.3%. And I'm guaranteeing you we're going to see an increase when the April numbers come out.
And there's no easy way to sort this. You should just claim victory and get out. Say we've smashed up their military.
Hopefully I'm wrong, though. Hopefully we don't see an increase in inflation going into next month. But I mean, from the increase in gas pricing, I mean, come on, guys. Let's just use common sense here.
We've put back their nuclear aspirations, however long you want to put a number on it. Just get out of here. I don't see any upside in this being strung out through the summer. Do you?
No, this has been a disaster for the Trump administration and for our country and for the world. I mean, the global fuel supply, just take a look at the numbers. You've got American, European airlines, Middle East airlines now completely revamping their forecast for this year. We reported this morning that American Airlines had projected a $4 billion profit expected this year. It's all been wiped out. They said the entire thing has been wiped out by the rising price of jet fuel. Spirit Airlines just went over here in America. They were already struggling for years, but this didn't help. And all of that's going to eventually get passed on to the consumer. So, and that's just one example. That's airline fuel. I mean, forget prices at the actual gas pump and the cost of oil in general.
I mean, one thing that's also going to start getting expensive is fertilizer, aka food prices are going to go up because we're going to have a shortage in fertilizer supply. Like, this war is not working out for Americans in any way, shape, or form. And I have not met a pro-war guy who supports this war been able to honestly elucidate how this does like benefit the American people. All they could say is, well, we're preventing Iran from getting bombs, a nuclear bomb. What, a nuclear bomb that they never had, that they were never going towards? So AKA, you're letting me know that we're doing this for no effing reason. Man. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation.
Which tends to skyrocket energy and other prices. All of that's coming even if we end the war today. So my best advice to the president would be, give the Iranians the deal they want. They seem to be willing to deal on the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is an absurd place to be. It was open before this war. If we had just left them alone, we would never have this problem. But give them a deal to get that thing back open, because it does need to open back up.
Facts.
And let them give you a fig leaf on nuclear ambitions. Because look, we already devastated their ability to develop a nuclear weapon back in June with the strike on the plants. We know that. We know they were nowhere near getting a nuclear bomb from our own intelligence community, who told that to President Trump just before we unleashed this war on them. So we don't need much from the Iranians on that front. They haven't gotten better able to produce a nuke as a result of this war. Just get out. Let them give us some stupid fig leaf that we can declare as somehow.
Not gonna lie, what's always gonna piss me off about this, how we jumped into this war, is the fact that we ignored our own American intelligence, our own CIA, to listen to the Mossad. And we all know that Israel's been trying to drag us into a war with Iran for years at this point. So if to sit there and believe the Mossad or Israeli intelligence over our own, I ain't gonna lie, bro, that's low-key kind of un-American. I'm gonna be real with you. That's like low-key un-American that Trump did that. I just don't like it. It just sits wrong in my stomach.
A victory. Oh, it's better than Obama's joint, agreement, and reopen the strait, which is the number one thing. You did decimate pieces of their military. Great.
Malcolm, don't say that, or we are really cooked out here.
Great, call it a win. This is a nightmare. We don't have to get into the specifics, but get out. Just get out. And what you can see, Piers, is he knows that. He knows that, but the Iranians know it too. And they won't just bend the knee. And Trump is not used to being in this position. He's used to bullying his way out of everything. And these guys cannot be bullied. And he doesn't know what to do. He's great at shit talking, and he's really not great at winding up wars that he starts by choice. That's what we're learning.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. Megyn Kelly, always brilliant to have you on Uncensored. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. See you soon.
Well, listening patiently and ready to debate, I'm joined by my panel. Curtis Sliwa, he's the Guardian Angels founder and former Republican candidate for mayor of New York. Geraldo Rivera, the correspondent at large of News Nation. Adam Mockler, political commentator and Midas Touch contributor. And Anna Kasparian, host and executive producer of The Young Turks. Geraldo, let me start with you. You've always struck me as a reasonable voice in America, in a cacophony of mayhem. This war in Iran, from where I'm looking, and I raised these concerns after day one, and nothing has shaken my belief. It looks to me like Donald Trump has got into something which has turned out to be a lot more difficult than he thought it would be, perhaps because the Israelis had assured him it would be easier than this. And that now he's in a position where if he carries on, it's politically disastrous, economically disastrous. And if he gets out, he'll have the accusation that it's all been a waste of time and a failure. You know Trump extremely well. You've done him longer than I have. What would you be advising him right now?
I think, Piers, nice to see you. I think that, first of all, now that there are dueling blockades, now that we are blockading Iran and their commerce, and they are, of course, blockading the world's oil supply, 20% of the world's oil supply. You have this. I think that the blockade by the United States of Iran and its commerce was a brilliant move and a losing hand. I think that the war has gone not the way anyone in the United States side wanted it to. It's been bloodier, more prolonged. Seemingly more pointless, has no end in sight. But now that you have this situation in the Strait, in the Persian Gulf generally, I think that the blockade, the American blockade of Iran, is more impactful than the Iranian blockade, even though they are stopping the world's oil supply. I think what has to happen is what appears to be happening now with this Project Freedom, using as an excuse the humanitarian needs of the crews of all the vessels that have been stranded because of the Iranian blockade, using the fact they've been on these vessels now for many weeks with no end in sight. I think that the United States Navy has to be aggressive, and let's see. Iran says it has the Straits of Hormuz closed with its drones and its small craft and etc. Let's test that. I think that once more into the breach. I think that the United States has to try and see whether or not Iran has the capacity to close the strait. I believe that a kinetic response to any actions against any neutral ship has to happen, has to be dramatic, has to be overwhelming, has to be soon, or we leave with our tail between our legs.
Okay, I meant to mention earlier, forgive me, Deborah Lee, Conservative Minister, is also joining us. Deborah, nice to see you.
Hold on. Did that man really just say that? He just said, you know what, bro, Pierce, we're just going to F around and find out. It's like, yeah, we're just going to F around and find out and see what happens. Like, that's really the plan. Like, that is wild. Let's get back to it, guys. Don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video. But basically what he said is that, yeah, I guess we're just going to have to F around and find out and see what Iran does. Not the best plan, but okay.
Sorry, the eagle-eyed viewers would have seen 5 faces pop up and thought, who's the other one? So it's Deborah. Welcome back. Anna Kasparian, welcome back to you. I want to play a clip from John Bolton, which is kind of summing up what a lot of people on his side of the argument are feeling right now. Let's take a look at this.
Okay, Ambassador, who is going to blink first here? How does this finish?
Well, it's anybody's guess at this point. I think the United States holds a great advantage here, but it hasn't finished the job that was started. My definition of finishing the job is ousting the regime in Tehran, but there are steps less than that that Trump could take, and I'm a little surprised that he hasn't done it. For example, if he were to use military force to open the Strait of Hormuz, which does not involve going back to the kinds of attacks we saw 3 or 4 weeks ago, if he could do that but keep the blockade on Iranian oil shipments, that would continue to put a huge financial squeeze on Iran, but would get a lot of much-needed oil out of the Gulf and into international markets. I think that is certainly something he can do to up the pressure, keep things moving, and avoid having to make some of the choices he clearly doesn't want to make and shouldn't have to make.
I mean, Anna, this comes with a backdrop, as I discussed with Megyn Kelly, where, you've got the Israelis itching to get back into fighting in Iran. They're making no secret of that. Already a lot of stuff going on again in Lebanon. There are conflicting agendas at play here. Trump getting a lot of pressure from all sides. A lot of people wanting to end this right now. Over 60% of Americans are not supportive of this war in Iran. Unprecedented negative numbers for a military conflict like this. What do you make of where we are? And what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, I think that the only way to secure the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, so you have transit of incredibly important cargo, including, energy supply that the globe needs, is to do so diplomatically. If there were a military option to do so, I believe that military option would have been used already, but we don't have that military option. Just to give you a comparison, when the United States was at the height of the war in Iraq, we had about 250,000 soldiers dedicated to that war. Right now we have 10 to 15,000 military personnel. We're not even talking about the entire, number of troops being in combat or even able to engage in combat in the Middle East right now as we speak. So the point that I'm trying to make is there is no military option. When you look at the military weaponry we have, when you look at our THAAD missile interceptor system and the fact that we've depleted 80% of our missile interceptors, that puts our troops at a significant disadvantage. And I'm not the one saying this. The Wall Street Journal reported very specific details about how much of our weaponry and interceptors have been depleted already. And we do not have the manufacturing capacity to build quick enough in order to basically withstand the very
and I've explained this before, but that information comes from the CSIS, so the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and what they're telling us is that, well, we're running low on munition, and it seems like we're sacrificing a future conflict with China in case they ever try to take Taiwan for getting into this conflict or / war with Iran. So because we're getting into this conflict with Iran, we won't have really any munitions or not enough munitions to defend Taiwan against China if China chooses to invade. And that's pretty much what they're telling us. And what they're saying is that we wouldn't be ready unless we now put in an order for missiles that's going to take about 4 years to get here or to be completed.
Cheap drones that Iran is able to quickly produce. So the point that I'm trying to make here, Pierce, is that you have to reach an agreement diplomatically, and leaders lead, meaning that President Donald Trump has the leverage, has the power to force this in a diplomatic fashion. He just needs to basically push Israel aside and actually be a leader, not have Israel, dictate our foreign policy.
Curtis Sliwa, welcome to you to Uncensored. You're a former Republican candidate for mayor of New York, and I should just say at this point, my thoughts go out to Rudy Giuliani, former mayor of New York, and to his family. He's in critical condition in hospital, which was very sad news in the last few days. And I interviewed him actually on Uncensored only 2 weeks ago. So my best wishes to him and his family, and I hope he comes through that. But in terms of this war, a lot of Republicans I've been talking to.
Even though Rudy Giuliani is low-key a piece of crap, but I still hope he gets better, even though he is a piece of crap. Still don't want the man to die.
Are now having serious doubts about this. The longer it goes on, we were assured it was going to be over in 2 to 3 weeks, then 6 weeks, and now here we are over 2 months into this with no sign of it coming to any end anytime soon. And the obvious economic damage it's causing with gas prices and with inevitably food prices because of the loss of fertilizer that's being held up and so on. What do you make of it? Are you still supportive of this war? Do you think, as John Bolton does, that now you're in it, you've got to finish it and maybe trying to affect regime change as well?
Well, Pierce, I'm happy that you played John Bolton, who was the national security advisor for Trump in his first 4 years. Because remember, it was Bolton who barged into the president's office and said, Mr. President, you have to launch the Air Force because the Iranians just shot down a very expensive drone over the Straits of Hormuz. And the President Trump said, it's unmanned, right? Where's the proportionality? And Bolton wanted us to just bomb Iran. He's a war hawk. Yeah, that's why I'm shocked that President Trump, who kept us out of these ongoing foreign disputes, did not get us involved, has suddenly flipped the script. And now he's war hawk number one. And we all know why. He's been pushed into this. Bibi, an excellent salesman, convinced him that if you come in with us, there will be regime change. There will be insurrection in the streets, even though our CIA and Marco Rubio.
And let's just be real. That's what they were telling us in the beginning. It's going to be 4 days, 2 weeks, 62 days later. Look where we're at, guys. Nothing really got completed at all. They still got their missiles and drones. They still got the regime. They still got their nuclear material that we're fear-mongering on. So, we definitely were, or Trump definitely was lied to about this war by the Israelis, telling them that this was going to be something that could be done within 4 days to 2 weeks. Obviously, that was wrong. Even though our generals told Trump no, our own intelligence told Trump no, Tulsi Gabbard tried to tell Trump no, but apparently anybody that was telling Trump no, he just pushed out of the circle.
Told the president the next day after that meeting, that's not going to happen. And we see that Trump got bamboozled by Bibi. This is Bibi's war. We should not be involved in this.
Deborah Lee, are you supportive?
Hey guys, if you have the fantasy of Donald Trump getting a complete surrender out of the Iranians, I'm sorry, but remove that fantasy from your head. It's not happening. Because they got control of the strait, it does seem like we're trying to fight them over, but until we remove that, you guys can forget about a complete surrender. That's just not happening.
Of this war?
Well, first off, this is obviously not Bibi's war. Let's not throw Trump. Trump is a sovereign leader of the United States of America. He's our president. All of his decisions are his own. There's nobody who can bully him into a war. Every decision he makes, even the bad ones, are because he solely wanted to do them. As far as this war, as somebody who has wanted to see the end of the Iranian regime or the Islamic Iranian regime for a very long time, since childhood, growing up around Jews who fled from Iran very young, I'm kind of surprised that the war is still going on at this point. And as far as Anna said earlier, diplomatically, ideally, this would be a diplomatic exit. But a big challenge that we've seen, I can't attest to the exact numbers, but they prepared for this exact situation. There are factions split across the entire country. So even if the United States were to make a deal with somebody in Tehran, there could be a separate faction up in the north or in the south or somewhere that would challenge a diplomatic exit that would really create safety for the entire region. So at this point, I never thought that they were actually going to go after the Ayatollah. That was shocking for me. I didn't think that the United States of America would really take that chance, not knowing that we can guarantee regime change. Would I love regime change? Absolutely. Do I see a clear off-ramp for this war? Absolutely not.
Yeah, that wasn't the best idea to take out the Ayatollah without ensuring that it would cause a regime change. And it didn't. All we got was a more extreme Ayatollah.
We cannot just surrender to Iran because simply with flights, I'm flying to Israel in a few weeks. If we tell Iran that at any point they launch ballistic missiles, they can shut down airfare for the entire Middle East, can take complete control of the Strait of Hormuz, that is a dangerous position to leave them in. So I think we're at a really unfortunate time, but that's why I trust the leadership that I voted for in this administration. I trust them to get out of this.
Sadly, the leadership that me and you both voted for, sweetheart, is the reason why we're in this problem. He started this war, and before this war, they didn't have control of the strait. Gas was trading around at $50 to $60, and everything was going in the right direction. As soon as we hop into this war, everything goes in the wrong direction. For some reason, you guys in MAGA can't call it out. You're watching inflation go up, prices go up, gas go up, and you guys still can't sit there and say, all right, hold on, man, something's going on here. I ain't asking you to just throw Donald Trump away and just go full TDS. I'm not doing that. But you got to sit there and admit that, yo, this is not working out for the American people, and we wanted America first. This seems more like Israel first than America first, because Iran's not an imminent threat to us, but they sure as hell is an imminent threat to Israel. And what's an imminent threat to Israel is not an imminent threat to us. We need to separate ourselves from the Israelis if they're just going to keep on dragging us into conflicts into the Middle East like this, or just making us look bad on the world stage from what they were doing with Gaza under Biden.
In the best way possible. And at the very least, if we do get out without no more additional changes, it was avenging the close to 1,000 Americans who've been murdered by the Islamic regime over the last 47 years. So it wouldn't be a total loss.
But, you know, when you say you trust this administration, okay, but you voted for them, and Donald Trump couldn't have been clearer when he campaigned to be president in 2024. He was not going to take America into any more of these Middle Eastern wars. And then within a year or so,
Key, don't bring that cope in here, bro. Don't bring that cope in here. You really gonna sit here and say that prices were up before the war? Are you dumb? Like, dog, inflation was at 2.4 before the war. Gas price was like at what, 317 or something like that. So I'm sorry, but to sit there and say that, well, actually, wait, no, I think it was at like 340 or something like that. But I'm sorry, but to sit here and say that prices were up before the war is dumb as hell. Dumb and extreme cope.
Oh, he's gone into the biggest one imaginable, and we've all seen the consequences.
Well, President Trump has also been very clear that he will not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. And Iran is committed to a nuclear weapon. I know we destroyed a lot of their weaponry last June. That was miraculous. But at the same time,
Iran's not committed to a nuclear weapon. If you're acting like S.E.T, well, how do you know? Well, Iran's had a 60% enrichment since 2021. So if they wanted to go towards a nuclear weapon, why didn't they do it then under Biden? You know, while Biden had an open border, getting into it with Russia through proxy. I mean, all these distractions that we were going through under Biden, they had all the time in the world to go towards a weapon. And if it was really that much of a concern from them, then why just stop at 60% and just lay off like, okay, we're done, and just leave it there for what, years on years? That's how we know Iran wasn't going towards a nuclear weapon, because they had the 60% and they didn't progress further.
They're not going to stop
since 2021, guys. Since 2021.
They're not going to stop enriching uranium. We saw this with the Obama-Iran nuclear deal, which is horrible. They are committed to building nuclear weapons and trying to destroy the western part of this world. With everything that they got, they will divert every resource to try and destroy Western civilization. And so I'm not surprised that we need to keep our for lack of a better word, our knee on their necks to make sure that they are not trying to destroy the world that we know and love.
Yeah, I'm just not quite sure whose knee is on whose neck at the moment, because it looks to me like, as I've been saying regularly, there's an asymmetric war going on. One is the military conflict, which America and Israel have overwhelming superiority. And I don't doubt for a moment they've caused enormous damage to Iran's military. But there's also the economic war being waged around this Strait of Hormuz, which has enormous global consequences, as we're seeing. And at the moment, that strait remains shut. Despite all the protestation and late night rage tweets from the president, there seems to be very little he can do to get it open again. Let me bring in Adam Mockler. Welcome to Uncensored, Adam. You've obviously hit the headlines in the last few days. For those who haven't seen it, I think it's up there with my Russell Brand clip as the two most memed and republished clips of the week. So let's take a look at your one. This is you with Scott Jennings at CNN.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Honestly,
I ain't gonna lie. If you guys actually watched that exchange, bro was in his face looking directly at him. I ain't gonna lie. This man was staring a hole into the side of Scott Jennings' face. And then he was even like, oh, I see you're shaking. I'm like, all right, bro. So what do? You like, even I said, I'm like, all right, bro, you know, he's going to want to smack the shit out of you. I'm just going to be real with you. And I can't even blame Scott Jennings for doing so, because the way he was pressing him, not just through his argument, but literally in his face, staring him dead in his cheek. Like, I'm sorry, but that's going to piss anybody off. And Scott, he shouldn't have got that emotional. He shouldn't have got that upset. But it does show that he was bothered about you not being able to defend his position all the way through. And sadly, I mean, man, this is where I say we kind of give leeway to the Dems when it comes to this Iran war. They have a really good argument. Not one thing is went Donald Trump's way during this war. Has it? Like, please tell me how. Higher gas prices going Donald Trump's way. Please explain how that works out. What? Russia being able to sell their oil for higher? Tell me, how does that help us out? How does that help Trump out again? Please explain. China able to get their oil through railways from Iran and through the Caspian Sea. Like, how does this help us? And and please tell me, how did Trump complete any of his goals? Because there's been no regime change at all, even though he wants to sit there and lie to us, tell us that there have been. Their missiles and drones are still capable. As you see, they're putting up those kamikaze drones in the Strait of Hormuz. So what has been completed? And anytime you press somebody on the right about this, they do get hella defensive. And I guess they start trying to call you un-American and all this crazy stuff because they can't defend their position. And you know damn well they're in the wrong. And nothing that Trump said was supposed to happen has happened.
I'm not going to have this guy's
everybody hang tight, honestly. Okay? No, everybody calm down, okay?
Now, as somebody who was repeatedly actually manhandled by Russell Brand, I think your manhandling was at least a little bit removed. There was daylight between your arms and Scott Jennings. But what was interesting about the exchange to me was not that he was not entitled to get annoyed with the way you were gesticulating. I probably would have done too. But I've not seen him that rattled. Scott Jennings is normally ice cool on that panel show. I watch it a lot. I think he's a really interesting commentator.
Yeah, because he usually has a pretty good position on the war. This is like a terrible position that the right has a problem defending. It's trying to defend the indefensible, to be quite honest with you guys. But you keep trying, so God bless. But usually Scott Jennings is able to defend himself because he's usually right. But when it comes to this war, it's really hard for him to defend it because he's in the wrong. That's just the reality of it. Like, usually Scott Jennings is defending, I mean, what was it? Usually he's defending ICE immigration, transgenderism, or just like the government shutdown. He was killing them. He was killing them during that moment. But when it comes to this war, he's literally trying to defend the indefensible at this point. And I know it sucks to hear that, but it's just the truth, because I've not heard anybody on the right be able to defend the position for this war at all and convince anybody of it. unless you're just a Donald Trump sicko fan who really just can't see this man doing no wrong no matter what he does. Like I said, he could shoot somebody in the middle of the street and you'll still vote for him.
The right on CNN. It's an unusual beast. They don't have many of them. And he holds his own often against 3 or 4 people. And on this occasion, Geraldo was also on the panel, I noticed. And we'll come to Geraldo for his view of it in a minute. But I haven't seen Scott Jennings react like that to anybody. And that, to me, in the same way that I'm seeing with Donald Trump's slightly erratic and, quite angry and testy social media activity in the last few weeks, it just looks to me like people that have gone all in on this war in Iran, now it's not playing out in any way that they predicted or told everybody that it was going to play out
at all.
They're getting testy. They're getting quite angry about it, which is a natural human reaction, but is increasingly obvious. And I thought your exchange with Scott was indicative of that. What did you think?
I don't want to take away from the point that I was making and the question that I was asking in that moment, because I have sat on panel after panel after panel with Scott Jennings as he lies about this war, not bound by any facts whatsoever, as he makes failed predictions, not bound by any timelines whatsoever, and as he condescends and trolls and provokes everyone else on the panel. I mean, even in the same panel, he made fun of my bedtime like 5 minutes earlier. So this is a man that's not bound by any facts or timelines or rules. So I said, I'm not going to be bound by rules that my opponent is not playing it. So you can say that I was gesticulating a bit too much. That's a fair criticism, but he could have politely asked me to tone it down. That is not what he did.
I'm be real with you. It's the downplaying of the war that really is cooking the right now. The fact that they downplayed and said, oh, Iran's only going to take 4 days, only going to take 2 weeks, and that hasn't happened whatsoever. I'm sorry, but you kind of lean into the whole, oh, what happened about 4 weeks? What happened about 2 weeks, guys? What happened there, guys? And I know it's annoying. It is annoying as shit. But you walked yourselves into that supporting this war, knowing damn well that when it went over, you knew the Dems were going to be on y'all ass. Like, all right, man, I mean, time, guys. It's going over. I thought you guys said 4 days to 2 weeks. What happened? And now you want to sit there and be like, you're just being un-American. It's like, no. I'm just holding you accountable. That's all. And holding you accountable is un-American, then trust me, bro. Most of America's un-American. Then, if that's the case, if holding y'all accountable is un-American, then I'm sorry, but I guess we're just living in an unpatriotic country.
Snapped because he realized he does not have an answer to the simple question, name one political concession we've gotten from Iran 60 days into this war. We've had shifting timelines, shifting objectives for this war. They've been lowering the threshold for what victory is considered as. And just because I asked the question of, hey, what concessions have we gotten, that pisses him off. We've seen billions of dollars spent. We saw dozens of people, thousands of people in Iran have died, tens of thousands, but we saw over a dozen US soldiers die. So I'm going to continue to ask this very same question. What political concessions have we gotten from Iran 60 days into this war? The answer is absolutely none. And he knows the answer is none. That's why he freaked out.
Yeah, I think it's a perfectly reasonable.
Don't apologize.
No,
don't apologize for your
I don't think you shouldn't be apologizing. No, I mean, let me bring Geraldo in firstly, because
that was a really good point. What political concession did we get within 90 days of not 90 days, sorry, 60 days of this conflict / war with Iran? What did we get? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. I mean, MAGA will sit there and read off, we destroyed 90% of their Navy. Well, our intelligence came out and said that they still got 60% of it. So we only destroyed 40%, sadly. Oh, their Air Force is taken out. Well, they still got their air defense missiles, so can't really say it's been completely taken out. And then, of course, what was it? I mean, the original lie was Iran is in their weakest state ever. They can't do anything. They're just on the verge of regime change. And that was all blown into the wind once this war started. So I'm sorry, but it's really hard to believe what the administration's saying or what the right-wing media is saying when y'all have just been wrong like week after week after week. Y'all will say one thing the next day, be wrong about it, and then won't address it the following day. It's like, that's the problem with Fox News and the other MAGA influencers. It seems like I'm like the only one. Oh, I'm not the only one. I would say I'm the only one at my level that's willing to call this out. Like everybody else with the 100K subscribers is kind of just following in line. Why? I don't know. Probably because they don't want to lose out on audience. But me, I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just not going to lie to you about this war just because it makes you feel good. And, for the, pro-Trump agenda, which is cool. I mean, look, I'm cool with supporting my president, but I can't support my president in a war that he promised never to get us into. Remember, no new wars, especially in the Middle East.
Geraldo, you were on the panel. I want to play your reaction on News Nation to what you saw on that panel.
The kid was a dick. I mean, he really smart, eloquent, had his argument together, had obviously debated Scott before, and he was really being a dick. I mean, it was shut up, go out and get some life experience.
How many different? No, I agree though. He was being a dick. I mean, he's all up in his face, staring a hole into the side of his face. I'm just like, come on, guys. I'm pretty sure if any of you guys were like that, and you would be pretty pissed off if somebody was hounding you down like that. You would get mad. Now Scott Jennings, I mean, he looked like he was about to punch old dude in the face. He said, "Get your effing hand out my face." So hey, and we all know he was gonna bow down because I ain't gonna lie, like he don't look like the most opposing character.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about Chris Cuomo there, actually, Geraldo. I had to clarify you were talking actually about Adam Mockler. Now,
you still think so?
Well, Adam, I mean, what do you want to say to Geraldo? He called you a dick. You have a response?
Yeah, it's not a dick to try to force a critical question and try to force the conversation to where the American people want it. Geraldo, you were there when Scott made fun of my bedtime 5 minutes earlier. Again, this is somebody not bound by any rules whatsoever on this show. He's able to lie over and over. Why should I be bound by some decorum that my opponents aren't bound by? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the 80s anymore. It's not even 2010 anymore. We are in a new era where we are playing in a reciprocal manner. So I'm not playing the games where I have to be nice. And regarding life experience, really quickly, you have a whole life of experience and you're on the same panels as me. We're on the same shows. We have a show last week. We have a show today. So life experience, what has it gotten you? I don't know.
All right, Geraldo, your life experience has got you nowhere, says the young dick.
Well, it's got me a career that's lasted 56 years so far. And
yeah, calm down, youngin. He still got way more experience in the game than you. Calm down. Like, show some respect to your elders. I mean, that's the problem with the new generation of libs here. It's like they got really no respect for the older generation. I mean, I don't care what generation of liberal I'm debating or talking to. I'm always going to show my respect, especially if they're older than me. Now, if they get disrespectful, okay, it's on. But if not, then, hey, you should show respect, regardless of, their political affiliation.
Counting, and aside from 10 Emmys and a few other trinkets.
Now you're on the same panels
Adam, listen, you don't be a wise ass, okay? I said to you in the commercial break that immediately followed your confrontation with Scott that I thought that you made some good points. The problem is that you can be very obnoxious in your presentation. Now, sometimes being obnoxious can lead to a whole career. But I advise you strongly because you're a smart kid.
Like, bro, I'm sorry, but first off, yes, he looks obnoxious. And second of all, doesn't he just have a punchable face, though? Like, doesn't it look like his cheeks were just meant to get punched in? I'm sorry, maybe it's just my violent nature, which I don't really have, but I don't know. Face just looks so punchable. Like, come on, just stare at his face and tell me you don't ball your fist up. If you stare at his face, you're going to ball your fist. And if you don't, you're lying to yourself.
You obviously prepared, for the debate. Stick to that. Stick to the substance, because I think that you do have a future. In terms of Scott Jennings, I like Scott very much. I didn't know him before this CNN experience. It's fun talking to him in the green room before the show, and then see the confrontation, this spontaneous combustion. I was surprised. I was surprised by the fact that Scott reacted as he did. But then, just listening to Adam, he can be very grating. And, sometimes that works. I remember Morton Downey and a bunch of...
I ain't gonna lie. This is one thing that libs are just terrible at. Bro, libs have zero respect while debating. I'm sorry, guys. I got to call y'all out on it. But if you watch your favorite liberal debater on TikTok, you know what the F I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They have no respect for the other side. They're off the rip disrespectful, off the rip interrupting. It's just there's no respect, and it's all types of snarkiness. And it's just like, okay, who y'all think y'all going to win over with this attitude? And I always just say, like, libs, if y'all going to debate like that, look, you can keep on doing it, but your content is not really doing anything to help. You're not bringing MAGA over to your side. You're actually just making them hate you more with your condescending attitude. That's all you're doing. Like, Like, please, like, chill out with that. Like, if you think you're gonna win with this condescending dickhead attitude, you're only gonna push people more against the left irrationally against the left. So if you actually want to bring more people over to your side and you want to go ahead and stop the big bad evil dictator Donald Trump, stop being such a dick.
Others from daytime TV and so forth. But I strongly advise you to stick to the substance, because you can, as I indicated in the commercial break following the confrontation, you can be a voice for a generation that has so far been unable to penetrate into the mainstream media. That's my.
This is so indicative of the double standards that we see all throughout the media. I mean, you went on that whole rant, but you didn't mention that Scott Jennings made fun of my bedtime or whatever. Not that I care, but he's the one who has an obnoxious air.
What did he say about your bedtime? I missed that.
So I asked him a question 5 minutes before. I said, hey, what concession has Iran gotten? And he says, aren't you a little bit up past your bedtime or something? He started with the condescending jabs.
I mean, to be fair, Adam, you are literally beaming into the show from your bedroom.
It's a hotel room. I'm currently at a hotel room. But I mean, either way,
it's not the best way to refute the suggestion that it's past your bedtime.
What are you talking about? I'm in a hotel room in New York because I have CNN again tonight.
It's a joke. You're reacting a bit like Scott did the other day. So take a chill pill. You happen to have a bed behind you as you're refuting the charge that it's past your bedtime. I'm just making a joke.
It's a good joke. One final thing. I'm 23. Maybe my youthful arrogance will drop with time, but there's no excuse for Scott Jennings to be on air all the time, making remarks at everybody else. And then the moment somebody gives it back, he can dish it, but he can't take it. The moment somebody tries to force the question, what political concession have we gotten from Iran, he gets worked up. So yeah.
Well, okay. I don't know Scott Jennings at all. I never met him. I think he's a very effective communicator on a network, CNN, that when I was there was very, very, very cautious about revealing any kind of partisan bias, but now has a panel show where quite often on that show they have 4 on one side and Scott Jennings. So I actually feel like he puts up a pretty good fight, given he's often heavily outnumbered. But Anna, on a sort of slightly wider point here, it's very interesting to me. I just interviewed Megyn Kelly for 20 minutes at the start of this show. And I could have been talking to you about some of these issues, right? Same with Tucker Carlson. A lot of you have blended now into a weird family of people who have a lot of agreement about a lot of things. Iran, the influence of Israel, Donald Trump and his mistake as you see it, and so on. Did you think a time would come when you would be siding rhetorically?
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, support the channel by sending in a $2 super chatter up so you can go ahead and ask your question, comment, or joke. And let's go ahead and get right back into it. Oh, and if you want to double your support towards a call-in, you can go ahead and send a Venmo. And you can go ahead and send the QR code above for that one.
On these big, big issues with so many who are on the conservative right. And what does that tell you about the state of the conservative right? When you've got people like Mark Levin saying Tucker's mentally ill, everyone trashing Candace Owens and her trashing everybody else. There is a real split going.
Nah, the attack on Tucker and Candace is wild. I get it. I mean, sure, y'all want to attack Candace for going after Erica Trump because you feel like she's terrible for that. I mean, okay, understandable. You guys want to attack Tucker Carlson because, I mean, I really don't understand the hate for Tucker Carlson. I understand the hate for Candace Owens more than Tucker Carlson, strangely enough. But apparently there's people who wants them to be deplatformed, calling for their sponsors to take them down. It's just like, yeah, y'all doing the same thing the left is doing. These are people on the right who support Donald Trump vociferously, who are literally calling for the deplatforming and for, well, I'm gonna be real with you, the deplatforming and the debanking of people. So it gets kind of weird when the right is doing the exact same thing as the left and they don't care. They don't even see how they're a reflection of what they were fighting against under Biden. But it is what it is, guys. All I'm just going to tell you is that if this is what MAGA is doing, then this is why I'm out. This is why I said I'm out, because you guys are literally turning into the radical left. Except I have to call y'all the radical right.
Going on the conservative right. And there's you, I'm just firmly on the left as you've always been, but now siding rhetorically, to me, it seems, on these big issues with people that would historically have been the complete opposite to you.
I'm going to get back to your question in just one second, but I have to say the debate about tone is the exact type of distraction that Zionists are hoping for, so you don't actually debate the substance. Mockler, your tone was fine. Your hand was nowhere near his face. You have no reason to apologize. The reason why they're attacking your tone is because they can't attack your substance. Now, moving on to Pierce's question.
Somehow blame Zionists
Pierce,
for that? That's mental illness, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. You're
Scott
calling me
Jennings works
mentally
for Salem
ill.
Media.
Do you want to go there? Do you want to go there?
What does blaming
I would
Zionists have
just
to
say-
do with?
I'm not talking to you. I'm going to answer Pierce's
viral-
question calmly and not let you bait me because that's what you guys
I hope
do.
you
But
can.
Pierce, to answer your
I hope you
question,
can.
I think that right now it's not really a question of left versus right on this issue. It's a question of good versus evil, America first versus a foreign country first. And right now, this war is something that, as Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, has said repeatedly, has been a dream of his for decades. And he finally got his dream to the detriment of the American people, since we're the ones paying for this war. We're the ones who lost 13 soldiers as a result of this war, and we shouldn't be fighting it. And so I think Tucker, I think Megyn Kelly, I think people like me and Cenk, regardless of our political views overall, look at this war, look at the undue influence of Israel over our government and foreign policy, and we have a problem with that. We are America first. We have some very real problems here within our own borders that are not being addressed at all, even though President Trump alleged that he was going to address those issues. And in fact, the very issues that people voted for him on, including doing something about affordability, he has only made worse by agreeing to enter this war. So I think that's what's going on, why there's a little bit of agreement when it comes to big picture issues, like whether or not our leadership is America first, whether or not our foreign policy is serving us, and whether or not we really...
I'm sorry, but the obvious test if our leadership was American first is that, well, would they get into a war with Iran knowing damn well is going to cause economic instability in the global economy and in America? So that just proves alone that I don't think our government is right now working in our best interest. And I don't like to admit this, but that's seeming the issue. They're literally telling us, oh, you should accept high gas prices so Iran doesn't have a nuke that they never had. So you're accepting high gas prices for basically no reason. And that's how they're selling this war to you. It's like, it's insane, but this is what they're doing. And guys, like I said, this war is not America first because it's not making anything better for your everyday American. Maybe for your oil executives, I mean, shoot, maybe for your weapons companies, but not your everyday American.
Want to continue this alliance with a country that has only sucked our resources and forced us into wars that we shouldn't be fighting.
Okay, Deborah Lee, what was the point you were trying to make?
At the beginning, she referenced that this is Zionist distraction to talk about tone. And I was just pointing out that to blame Zionists for pointing out the tone when this was a very viral interaction between Adam and Scott, a lot of people had a lot of opinions. That's the kind of mental illness that we ascribe to anti-Semitism, where it rots your brain and you start seeing these connections where they come from nowhere. And something very worth mentioning is somebody who's very passionate about making sure that Republicans win in this country for the midterms. If we stop this war tomorrow...
Bro, if y'all cared about that, then why are y'all supporting a war with Iran? If y'all truly cared about that, why are you supporting war with Iran, making y'all the most, like, I'm gonna be real with you, pro-Zionist party ever? Why are you supporting this war with Iran then if you care about the midterms? Because I'm gonna be real with you, you don't care about the midterms if you're supporting this war, because you know this war is unpopular with people on the right. You know it's extremely unpopular with the independents and the people on the left. And all you're doing is assuring that, no, trust me, we're not going to vote Dem, but the Dems are going to have a higher voter turnout. And the people who are already in the middle, the independents, are now going to go towards the left, because we've shown, or the right have shown, that not only won't they hold themselves accountable for being pro-war, but they completely lied and got in on anti-war. Then they switched up and then act like you're the one who changed. Like, can you imagine that? I came in here on no new wars, fixing the economy for lower prices. Then when MAGA switches up, they're like, no, S.E.T, you're the one who's a leftist now. You're un-American. When you're going to become a Democrat? And to that, you can kiss my ass.
Would really not move the needle for the Republican Party in terms of the midterms. And the biggest reason is because we have these rogue liberal activist judges who consistently overturn every single win from the Trump administration. And so until we rein back these activist judges in our country and assure that we can actually have the long-lasting wins that we voted for lasting in this country, that is the biggest challenge for the midterms. Americans are not feeling the wins from the administration.
I don't think that's going to be the problem. I think the problem for the midterms is going to be, if this war drags on, with all the economic havoc it's causing, then what's going to happen is that regular Americans are going to look at two promises Donald Trump made: not to drag America into pointless, expensive Middle Eastern wars, and to focus on America first and getting the cost of living down. And if neither of those things have been achieved, in fact, the complete opposite has happened, then I suspect the Republicans are in for an absolute shellacking in November. Now, there's still time to rectify this, but every week that goes by with this war is another week which is longer than we were told this was all going to last. And I'm looking at the prices.
Here's the thing, though. I'm sorry, but the Republicans who are against this war are going to look at the guys in MAGA. If we lose the Senate and the House, we're going to look at you guys like it's y'all fault. So we told you, like, bro, we told you if we keep supporting this, we may even lose the Senate. The House might be a done deal. We can still keep the Senate. If you keep supporting this, you guys are literally sacrificing everything that MAGA is meant to be for war with Iran. And y'all seem to be okay with it. So, you know, when the Dems get back in power, they want to make Donald Trump a lame duck president. They want to open back up the border, start transing kids again. I don't want to hear no complaints because you guys sacrifice, well, the Make America Great Again agenda for the Democrats to come back in power because you wanted to get down with Donald Trump with this war with Iran. I don't want to hear no complaints about how the leftists are crazy lunatics. We knew this, and y'all still made the decision that would put them back in power. You understand this, right? So y'all want to go off of how they're lunatics, they're crazy, they want to destroy America, but yet you risk putting them in power for war with Iran? How dumb do you fucking sound right now?
The gas prices, the inevitable surge in food prices that's going to come because of the fertilizer issue and so on. It's all bad news for Trump. His approval rating is at a record low. He should just get out of this thing. I just want to come to you, Curtis, if I may, about something completely different, because there was another big event last week where my king and queen came to your great country. And you said this.
Oh, total agreement with him. Because I was in India. This was about 15 years ago, and I met with historians there. They stole all the artifacts, not just in India, all over the world. They refused to give it back. So they have the king and the queen, you know, the royalty. They're a bunch of deadbeats, slackers, the worst welfare cheats in the world. So the countries ask, you know, could we have our artifacts back? And they say no. Meantime, India, they had 2 million volunteers join the king's army in World War II to defend the crown. 100,000 casualties, many more injured. I think the least that the royal family, the royal stiffs could do is not stiff the Indian people, but they do it, and they don't think twice about it. And they should have met with the Epstein victims.
So a stinging attack on my monarch and his wife there. This is about the Koh-i-Noor diamond, which is an ongoing argument and dispute. It dates back several hundred years, and I'm not going to get into that particular argument. But when you call King Charles a slacker, Curtis, I just wanted to point something out to you. King Charles is 77. I believe you're a very robust 72. So he's 5 years older than you. He was diagnosed with cancer in February 2024 and is still having regular treatment for this cancer. And yet in 2025, he conducted 390 solo engagements and 488 solo and joint engagements. Slacker? Really? My king? A slacker? He's the hardest working cancer patient in the world.
Really offended.
Let me get the small violin out. I had stage 4 prostate cancer. I was shot.
I'm sorry, but it's really hard for us to feel bad for monarchists since, you know, we're American and we don't get down with the whole monarchy thing. So, you know, screw your king. But we have respect for him, though, but we don't care.
5 times with hollow point bullets on the orders of the Gottis to the Gambinos. I'm out there every day. The difference is when your king and your queen came to lay the flowers at the memorial at 9/11, which was good, not only for all the Americans lost, 3,000, but the 69 Brits, just a block away is the memorial to the Irish famine, where your royalty was responsible for the killing of 1 million Irish. Up the rebels, Easter Rising, John Connolly, your Queen Victoria did this, and your royalty never apologized for the death of 1 million Irish. You have a lot. Your royalty has a lot to apologize for.
And do your leaders have a blameless record going back 250 years, Curtis?
Oh, hell to no, we don't. But I ain't gonna lie, though. It's fun to go tit for tat. Because I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like, look, bro, y'all could go ahead and start giving stuff up. And let's be real. I mean, Britain, I mean, y'all kind of are responsible for this whole Zionist thing going on in the Middle East. So let's be real, though. This whole colonialism did not really work out for the best, especially for Britain. But hey, it is what it is. And no, guys, we can't sit there and play, oh, you guys are so evil. Look what you guys took, because we done snatched stuff too. I mean, bro, Donald Trump just got done snatching a whole country's oil. Like, snatch their oil like this.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
Give me that.
Or should I start slinging?
Like, man, you look, man, you know when a country got some resources, they don't know what to do with that? Yeah, give me that. Oh.
My arrows back your way for some of the transgressions of the past.
No, you can't. You can. Because I don't believe in idolatry. I question authority. I am a Republican who constantly questions the authority of Donald Trump. You see, here in America, we have total free speech. And the answer to hate speech is more free speech. But in England, you don't have complete free speech. And you know what I'm talking about, Pierce.
Well, we have issues with free speech, particularly on social media. Media, which I'm very concerned about. I agree with you. You know, we've had some ridiculous cases where people have cracked jokes.
My bad, guys. What I was pretty much saying was, yeah, the problem is that they don't have a free speech problem. They just don't have free speech at all, like none at all. The fact that you can go to jail for posting about something mean about transgenders or lesbians on Facebook, that lets you know that, no, it's not a problem. Y'all just don't got free speech. And the fact of the matter is that because you guys don't have free speech is why a lot of people in UK are feeling, well, a bit weary to speak out. They can't speak on certain situations, or they risk going to jail. They can't speak against certain groups, or they risk going to jail. As an American, that sounds like a completely different world to me. And if that ever happened in America, well, I would be real with you. I'll be real with you. Probably most Americans, including myself, will be at the White House with AK-47s. I'm just going to be real. That's what's going to happen the next day. Actually, it better happen the next day, or we ain't even really a free country no more.
Media, which I'm very concerned about. I agree with you. You know, we've had some ridiculous cases where people have cracked jokes, inappropriate, tasteless jokes on social media, and then get arrested by 5 armed policemen at Heathrow Airport and charged with crimes. It's ridiculous.
Can I reach my hands across the pond? You keep the king and the queen there. We'll keep Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse here because that's your Disney World. The king and the queen.
Geraldo, I actually I was in New York last week, and I actually really like the fact that after a lot of Brit bashing from Trump aimed at Keir Starmer, who's been a pretty useless prime minister, I have to be honest, of my country, following a lot of other useless prime ministers in recent years, that after all the Brit bashing, some of it deserves, some over the top, we finally had a reminder that actually there is a very historic and abiding and genuinely special relationship between our two great countries. What did you feel about it? Was it significant to you at all, or not really?
I thought that the royal family, the royal couple anyway, the king and queen, did a magnificent job. The king's speech before the Joint Chamber of Commerce of Congress was brilliant. I thought that.
I mean, yeah, honestly, it was. And who knew the man was funny? He had jokes. For an old guy just walking around, I didn't know he was that funny. And when we hear him talk, you can tell that he's low-key energetic. So I was just like, all right, I'm impressed with his character. I'll be real.
Here he was, in a hostile environment where the relationship between the secular British government and the United States is horrible. Britain and the United States, historic allies, I've had this awful divorce, mainly over what's going on in Iran and the Persian Gulf. But the king came, despite the bitter feelings between the British government and the...
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get back into it. Oh, and any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in and make sure to support the show, guys.
American government, the king came and made a speech that reminded Americans of what our democracy is all about. Reminded Americans that we have elected representatives, that there's a separation between the legislative branch and the executive branch, that there is power in America's founding documents and our government structure, as long as each branch allows the other to do its constitutionally mandated job. It took the King of England. Ironically, they took the king to teach Americans what our democracy was about, what separation of powers is about. And I was enormously impressed by his sincerity. I thought that his speech really resonated with many people who were apolitical. I really believe that he was, in my view, this was the most impressive visit by a royal ever in my certainly in my adult lifetime. I thought Charles was brilliant, and I was never a huge fan of his. Of course, I was Princess Diana and all that, but to see Charles, kind of a stiff, generally was as he was regarded, come and make such a clever speech, so brilliantly delivered. Connecting not
all right, guys, we're about to get into the next video, but I do want y'all opinion. I'm gonna go ahead and put a poll up, so we can either do, because I know Myron Gaines, he was on the last episode of InfoWars. InfoWars has officially shut down as of 2 days ago, I believe, but don't worry, they'll be back under a new name. They just can't use InfoWars no more, which sucks because that's such a hard ass name. That's just such a cool ass name, be real with you. Or we can do the what was it? It was a feminism debate between Rachel Wilson and what's his name, Brian Shapiro. And you guys know who Brian Shapiro is if you're on the left. So yeah, and it was a pretty interesting debate. So I'm gonna go ahead and play another video, and I'm gonna go ahead and put up a poll and see where you guys are at with it. So let's go. But first, let's get into the fact that the Daily Wire lays off as Ben Shapiro views plummet. You know what? I ain't hating on Ben, but I've been seeing this for a while now. My man's views has been plummeting. As a person who has like 7 million subs, yeah, I mean, the fact that he ain't doing better numbers than Candace Owens is crazy.
That they wanted to get in because I do think it ties into the way that Americans have shifted, because they've seen these lies, they've seen through the lies, they've seen the horrors on their own timelines and developed their own opinions about what our relationship with Israel should be and how we should conduct ourselves in the Middle East. So the media outlets, Daily Wire, with their most prominent personality being Ben Shapiro, has really suffered in terms of viewership in the recent years, really post October 7th, as the public and as conservatives in particular, young conservatives in particular, have shifted away from this view of we should have lockstep support for Israel. And so they just conducted significant layoffs. We don't know exactly how many. Candace is out claiming like 60%. I have not seen any solid concrete numbers.
There were layoffs for sure.
There were significant layoffs, and the number that's been floating around is actually 50%. But none of this has been confirmed. They haven't confirmed it either. But there's a lot to be said about this. Number one, first and foremost, like I said, I think the ideological positioning has been a big problem for them. And if you look at the views for Ben's show in particular, it has just really fallen off a cliff as people are, increasingly, even in the conservative movement, are increasingly having a different view. And then the other piece is just like a sort of like business piece, which is that they built out this huge organization. They wanted to do children's stuff. They wanted to do movies. They did all of that stuff. And, you know, in the non-corporate media, although they, you know, they have corporate backing, they have big billionaire backing, whatever. Anyway, it's just very difficult when you have a personality-driven company to build out all of that overhead and make it a sustainable project. So I think you have a confluence of those two things coming to a head.
People point to Let's be real. Ever since they got rid of Ken Soames, it was the downfall of Daily Wire. Now the only people really, pulling in money is, well, what was it, Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh. And I like both of them. I'll be real with you. I do like both of them, but those are the only two that's pulling in money. The rest of them ain't really doing anything. I mean, maybe Ben Shapiro, but other than that, everybody else is just like a waste of a contract.
Ben Shapiro, YouTube. Look, I mean, it's a tough business. We've all been in it. I'll say it's not been that tough for us recently, but you know, in general, I don't like to nickel and dime like, oh, he's got like 20,000 less subscribers, or whatever. He's got 7 million subscribers. Okay, so that's not like the biggest indication to me. The biggest indication is a sustained drop over the last 3-year period, and the fact this company has to do layoffs. Now, why do they have to do layoffs? Because they're overcapitalized, or because they took in a ton of money. They had this big ambitious agenda, and it didn't work. Period. Right? It just did not work. And that's very clear, especially as a conservative coalition.
They tried to replace Brett Cooper with some other lady. It's like, yeah, it didn't work. And then Brett Cooper went and did her own show and then start crushing it again. But they literally tried to replace Brett Cooper with some blonde hair bimbo that just wasn't as good as a presenter as her. Maybe looked a little bit better, but wasn't a good presenter.
Against a fracture, and you can especially see it. I mean, Ryan got applause recently at some event with Emily, where he said that they should sanction Israel. This is a young conservative.
Yo, lunatic, chill, bro. He said seeing Indian with veneers is wild work. Like, hey, dog, bro, put up on bullshit. Shout out, lunatic libertarian.
And he got applause. Okay, so that's the reality of what we're living in now. So that's just not really going to cut it. I also think as Trump reaches all-time low unpopularity, or all-time low popularity in the U.S., that the appetite for just like the most, like, you know, Trump can do no wrong. Like, oh, but what about it's like, bro, gas is $4.50 a gallon. I don't need to be hearing about some high school in Boston, right? Like, you know, it's like, that feels very trite to me right now.
The woke college kids aren't selling the way they used to.
I'm telling you this as a person who also hates that, but I'm.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and move into the next video then.
Welcome. Seriously injured. I think it's more than that. I knew a war with Iran would be catastrophic, but it's worse than I thought, because the 12-day war actually strengthened them, surprisingly, because they're like, oh, we're going to go ahead and just get with the Chinese and the Russians. That's why their ballistic missiles are like dangerously accurate now. Yeah. That's why we have 13 plus dead servicemen. And they're totally lying. There's way more than 13 dead servicemen. Well, we know 400 are injured, seriously injured. Yeah, I think it's more than that.
Yeah, I've heard that we're actually hiding the numbers of actual wounded soldiers, but hopefully that's not true. That's why I haven't really reporting on it, because one, I haven't seen too much about it being true, well, from a couple sources, but other than that, I have nothing that proves that we're hiding the number of wounded soldiers. Hopefully I don't find anything on that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Room. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, coming to you for the last time, live from the InfoWars studios here in Austin, Texas. This will be our last broadcast under the InfoWars banner, and we'll be launching again tomorrow from the offsite satellite Escape Pod studios under Alex Jones Network. You got to go to alexjoneslive.com to find us, share that link, tell your friends, and don't let us fade from your daily media consumption. Because I know how it happens. People get in habits, and if the website they used to go to doesn't have the thing they watch, they just don't watch anymore. Don't do that to us. Won't you follow us to wherever we go? Because without you, we are nothing. I'm in studio with the one and only Myron Gaines. He, of course, is the host of The Debrief. He's a best-selling author, real estate investor. Prior to entrepreneurship, Gaines was a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations in the Laredo, Texas, Miami, and Florida field offices. And, of course, you've been going viral every day, it seems, with these appearances at universities. How's that going? Because I was actually asking you before the show, but I think people would want to know this as well, because I've thought about doing stuff like this, but after Charlie Kirk, I don't know. Am I being cowardly by going, I don't think I want to go out and put my life in danger like that?
No, I mean, it's pretty rational. People are weird and crazy. I mean, I told you about the one guy that like, you know, tried to reach his bag to try to be funny or whatever. And I was like, what the hell are you doing? You're going to get shot by the cops that are right next to you. But,
Right.
You know, it takes a certain kind of person. I mean, me, I don't care so much. I'm not so worried. I guess maybe it's because what I used to do for work. So like when you're dealing with like, you know, crazy criminals, you don't think so. But like, you know, at the same time, you don't want to get like, you know, overzealous and, you know, put yourself in a precarious situation. But, you know, it's entertaining to see how a lot of these so-called intellectuals are really.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nuts.
Yeah. How do we deal with this? Because like at this point, I'm like, I don't even want to talk about politics anymore because everything seems so obvious to me. It's like, why do we have to talk about this still? Just everything. But like I posted today, it's like, man, if there was just for example, me, if I was given dictatorial, unquestionable powers, I think I could clean up America in about a week. I think it'd take about a week, but like every problem we face is so imminently solvable.
I ain't gonna say a week, bro. Man, give me half a year. Give me half a year of complete control of America. I'll fix this entire country in 6 months. Give me 6 months, whole country will be fixed from top to bottom. I mean, sure, you know, there's going to be a whole lot of public executions, but I guarantee you, though, this country is going to be fixed.
And we just don't do it. And it's just this endless cascade of like deliberate, like problems that we choose to create for ourselves. And it's just infuriating. And I'm like, we played the video yesterday where it's a guy with giant rubber tits and the big spindly beard and bald head and lipstick, and he's teaching a class at Oxford. And it's just like,
bro, clown
do
world.
I have to explain this? Like, why do I have to explain
I'll tell you
this is crazy and wrong?
I've talked about this. If I was ever to become the fear of the United States, what I would do immediately,
a dream we all revel in.
Day one would be an IQ test. Right. If you score under a 90, you're going to become a slave. We're going to make slavery great again. And then after that, I'm going to take they can't vote. They got to be in the house by 8 p.m. We're going to put them back in the kitchen. And then what else? I talked about the slavery. So they're going to be manufacturing. They're going to be putting fries in a bag. Okay. We're going to get back to making them pick cotton. And then we're going to make manufacturing great again in America. We don't need Chinese anymore. We just need slaves. The slaves are going to do all the labor. And we'll put them in a house or a cottage or whatever. They don't got to pay for anything, but we're going to make slavery great again. And then
he said, yo, slavery for people who are sub 100 IQ. If you're a 99 IQ, sorry, bro, you're going to the fields, you're going to the factories. Above 100 IQ, 101, bro, you just barely made it.
We're going to get rid of the fat people as well.
You know what's funny? All right, well, I want to hear your
make them slaves
your ideas of that. But you know what's funny is the legitimate plan for the future that the people in power currently have is actually worse than that because they want AI to do all the work and they just want to kill all the humans. Like slavery is actually the preferable.
Slavery is better.
Debatably,
slavery is better, and I wouldn't get us into any wars either. Like these foreign wars are.
What guys? You know, it's actually creepy. You ever notice the same time they're pushing AI, they're also pushing for assisted suicide as well, or assisted deletions, self-deletions as well. What do they call it? I know there's a fancier word for it, but yes, the same time they've been pushing these AI robots and all this good stuff and the chat bots, they've also been pushing for humans to be able to choose to self-delete themselves. So yeah, trust me, it's going towards it. And it's getting pretty anti-human out here.
What are we doing here? Like, it's simple. Hey, look, you can't be bombing your enemies or attacking your enemies. You have to answer the Palestine question. Once you answer the Palestine question, the rest of the Middle East is going to be fine. You either do a one-state solution, bring all the Palestinians in, one passport, or else we're just not going to support you anymore. And then you're going to get destroyed anyway. What do you want to do? Once we handle that problem, then we go over to the Iranians. All right, cool. We want gas at $1 a gallon. We're going to go ahead and do diplomacy with you guys. Let's end this war. The problem is that since we can't do real diplomacy because they are holding us back because they're going to keep attacking.
Yeah.
And then we bring slaves over on our side domestically. They're going to become slaves. Back in the kitchen. Repeal the 19th Amendment, 8 p.m. curfew. Oh, also another thing, they cannot use Instagram or TikTok anymore. If they try to, it shocks their hands.
Interesting.
Yes. If they try to open up TikTok or any of that. And then I'm going to have state TV. We're also going to bring torturing back, the Waterboard Network, where if you do a heinous crime like that, weirdo that killed, what's her name, on the train?
Irina Zaruzka.
They killed Irina. Rest in peace to her. Like that weirdo, we torture him on camera.
Yeah, see, so that's what I'm not endorsing your policies.
That was hell of extreme, but I ain't gonna lie though. I can see it working. I mean, very extreme. But it could work though. I mean, my way is a little less extreme, but man, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you got some decent plans.
I think maybe there's some nuance that needs to be, but in theory, I mean, I like the direction that you're going. But this is the thing. It's like, yes,
all the biggest criminals, we waterboard them. You kill kids, you do any of that stuff, we're going to waterboard you on camera, or we'll let the victim's family decide the torture method.
I'm legitimately like not opposed to that, because right now, like the thing is, we have a justice system set up because we recognize that it's the preferable system. It's not because like we need it. Right. In the absence of a justice system, we'd probably be more capable of getting justice against somebody like Irina Zarutska's killer, because the community would grab him and hang him from a tree, and it'd be done, and it'd be over. And that afternoon, we'd all,
I think with criminals like that, you can't kill them. You got to torture them so that, because here's the thing with criminals, like serial killers and these weirdos, like they like get off on having power over people and like torturing them and like, torturing them, killing them, and then letting them come back or like letting them pass out. You got to do the same thing to them. You got to make them feel that terror with everybody watching on 4K TV.
Have we talked about this before? Because I think we should bring back public flogging.
Jesus.
We did get to talk about it a little bit. We didn't get to finish. I agree with you that we need to bring back public flogging and torture and all that other stuff too.
And like you say that, and it sounds crazy, but if you really think about it,
it's a big deterrent.
It's a huge deterrent. And like you're saying, like a lot of these people, especially,
Like what? So if you catch a kid stealing at the candy store, stealing at the store, all right, man, tie his ass up. We'll have to flog him in public. Like, well, damn. But I mean, it might be necessary. I mean, like I said, we need deterrents. I mean, we don't need to be like the Saudis and out here and start chopping hands off, but we do need something.
They get off on having power. So when you remove that power from them, like all these serial killers, they like to strangle and they like to make it intimate and like make them feel like they can play God. All right, cool. We're going to make you feel the same terror that you did to your victim.
Or just like people in the ghetto, it's no different to them living in the prison or in the, and it's actually kind of a badge of honor. Like, yeah, I've been to prison. You're not hard unless you go to prison. So it's like, are you going to be hard when you're like stripped down and your bare ass is being whipped by an old white guy? That's very humiliating.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
So it'd actually be more of a deterrent than prison would.
That'll be hilarious.
Right?
That'll be hilarious.
And look, hey, people think I'm like advocating something brutal here. If it was up to you, would you rather spend 10 years in a concrete box or take 10 lashes on your back? I would choose the lashing. I think a lot of people would.
And like I said, it would be based on the severity of the crime, but I do think that torture is the way to go, man, with a lot of these crooks.
I mean,
deterrent perspective.
Again,
from a deterrent perspective, we gotta torture people live on national television. I mean, it's gonna work. It's gonna work, but god damn, talk about putting the fear of God in people. Like, Jesus.
Might sound extreme to some people, but then you look at the way our justice system currently resolves. And like what we're pointing out here is like,
that guy should have never been out of jail.
That guy should have never been out of jail.
To stab her in the neck like that. That was horrible.
I have like 4 videos like this where people have like 55 convictions and they're out there strangling another woman. And it's just like, all right, the system is broken. And I know people say that a lot, but like legitimately, it is now counterproductive because we could achieve justice more easily. Of course, the problem
especially
is
at the state level.
Or just the local level.
Yeah.
Just like, that's the thing. We have this system of justice that's supposed to be better than vengeance. It's supposed to, take the place of that and do it through a systematic way so that it doesn't spiral out of control and cause, back and forth cycle of violence. It's obviously preferable, but not if the criminals get let out over and over and over and over again. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's and the thing is like there's no incentive for them to stop because it's like, I'm just going to get off again and, with a slap on the wrist or whatever. And a lot of these state systems are so super backed up, at least with the feds. Like if they get convicted, they're going to do 80 to 90% of the time. Feds typically don't lose. But
guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And it'd be a great help if you support the show as well with any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
A lot of prosecutors at the federal level they have the leisure of like not taking every single case, and these state courts are very bogged down, and they handle some of the most serious crimes like murder 1, murder 2, etc. Like you need some type of federal nexus for the feds to take murder, right? You got to kill a federal officer and affect interstate commerce, etc. So these state courts and
it's funny, bro. Myron's not even talking about doing it off skin color. This man is talking about IQ level. Like, dog, if you like 99 IQ below, you're a slave. You're going to the factories, you're going to the fields, you're cooked. If you're in Myron society. So, I mean, that's a lot of cooked guys, bro. A lot of guys are going to be out there in those fields.
These state prosecutors are overworked. They have too many cases. The state judges.
Like, if you ever look at the IQ bell curve, like, it's kind of funny how guys work out, because we got more dumb people than women do, but we also got more smart people than women do, because our IQ kind of stretches across the spectrum. Women, they kind of hold up there at the top. So most women are around that 90 to about 110 IQ. Be real with you. But that's just their average. They're all held up here at the top. Or I'm sorry, but in the middle. If you look at the IQ bell curve.
Same thing. And then you got a lot of bleeding hearts that like just don't want to go ahead and make these guys actually pay the cost to, for the crime. So there's so many issues that we have here, but I do think torturing these criminals would be the way to do it.
Yeah. Or
the most heinous offenses, of course.
I mean, yeah, I actually don't think that's actually all that crazy, especially when you look at the way in which people with 55, and of course, it's anarcho-tyranny, right? It would actually be fine if we just didn't have a system and we could just take care of things ourselves. Like, somebody breaks into my house, I just bury him in the backyard, problem solved. Like, that's not an issue. Or even if, if we had tyranny, if we had any of the benefits of tyranny, that sort of thing. We have all of the negatives of tyranny. We have the oppressive, speech laws where you'll be canceled if you say certain things. We've got all the crazy stuff.
Women
about
in
tyranny.
power.
We can debate that, but the typically tyranny would come with a trade-off. It would be, hey, I'm going to be in charge, but in return, you're going to get safety. We don't have either.
Yeah.
So we have tyranny, but none of the ostensible benefits of tyranny.
What's supposed to come alongside? Yeah, exactly. No, it's ridiculous.
So it's absolutely infuriating.
At least we got the Second Amendment. Could be worse. We could be like Canada or England.
Yeah, that's true. And look at the way Ireland is going right now. I mean, I think we should be running guns to those people.
Yeah, it's cool.
In all seriousness.
Yeah, the IRA can't do it anymore.
So here's something interesting, because you talk a lot about women and you talk a lot about geopolitics.
And we should help some of these guys revolt. Like, some of these guys really need help revolting, especially in some of these European countries. Is what he's saying, not me, but him. And I know I'd actually feel him on some of that, because I ain't gonna lie, some of the way these people are being treated in their countries is outrageous. Ireland is one of them.
Politics, and I see sort of a through line through both of these things.
Yeah.
Because often I'm obviously very against the Iran war. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Agreed.
I also am
biggest mistake ever.
That's what I've been calling. I've literally been, since day one, I've been saying this is the biggest mistake anybody's ever made. And I'm not even exaggerating.
Because I've been keeping up with the war like at a very, autistic level.
Right.
And it's just, as I'm sure you have, well, I've seen you on Twitter as well talking about it. Dude, it's just been one of the biggest L's. You got the Epstein blunder, and now you got this war, which we're losing strategically, right? Hegseth and Kane are going on the Pentagon every couple days. Oh, well, we're winning this war. We're blowing them up. We're destroying them militarily. Who cares? The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Brent is sitting at like $120 a barrel right now, dude. Like, what are we talking about? It was like at 119 I saw yesterday. I don't know what it is right now at this moment. But, we're over.
You want to know where Brent crude is trading at this moment? We're at, I believe, 113 for Brent crude. Let me go ahead and take you straight to the website. Yeah, right here we are. We're Brent crude. We're trading at above $100 at 113. And then WTI is trading above $100 at 104. So this is where we're at with gas prices, or the gas futures, which is not looking good whatsoever. Not at all. Need them to get back into the 60s. Well, you see, we're a long way from that.
$100 for a barrel of oil. People are paying double to fill their tank. This is crazy. Like, Trump ran on no new wars and affordability, and it's completely betrayed that.
That's our fault. That's the podcasters' fault. That's the woke Reich, which we are prominent members. Obviously, that's our fault. When people are filling up at the gas, station, and they're seeing those numbers tick up, they're thinking, those podcasters,
they told us
talking about this stuff.
Yeah. Well, it could have been Kamala Harris, which is a woman. So we didn't have a choice.
We didn't have a choice. We were screwed either way. We were screwed coming and going. It's unfortunate, but sort of true. Man, there's a lot of stuff to get into with Iran. But
sure.
But I want to connect this to the thing too, because I have a lot of people, when I talk about not wanting to be at war with Iran, they go, "Don't you know Muslims are at war with us? And this is you must be on the side of the Muslims."
And that'd be the dumbest argument ever. Don't you know we need to go to war with the Muslims? No, the F we don't. And if that's your argument, then I'm sorry, but we're always going to be at war if it's about going to war with the Muslims. And I mean, let's be real. We're the ones who keep attacking them. We're the ones who started it with them. But what? We're talking about we need to go to war with them? Or I'm sorry, but this is just dumb. like when people sit there and have this hatred of Muslims and Arabs, I'm just like, this is that hatred that pushes us into countless interventions in the Middle East, countless, because you guys just have a hatred towards Muslims where you feel like you got to take their land from them. Like, do you hear how you guys sound right now? And and I'm gonna be real with you, the people who think like this are, well, one of the biggest problems in America, because people like that support war with any Muslim country and they don't even care. They just care that Muslims are being killed. That's all they want. That's all they care about. And we got to remove those guys out the conversation. Like, they just got to go, because they don't want what's best for the country. They want what's best for their bigotry. And their bigotry says, hey, I'm cool as long as Muslims are getting bombed to hell.
Response is always, let's say I completely am on your side. Like, let's say I'm on the side of the neocons and I'm like, Muslims are the biggest threat. We have to stop them.
Yeah.
Every war in the Middle East has led directly to an influx of Muslims into Europe and America and a gain in their power. So it's like the end is misaligned with the means. And I feel the same thing with, like, I have just a few numbers and you could have pages of this stuff, but it's stuff like suicide rate up 50% since 2000, antidepressant use up 250% since 1990, single motherhood up 700% since 1960. So tell me if I'm being too schizophrenic here, but I see a similarity where it's like, no, if you actually want this positive outcome, you need to do this conservative stuff. And the liberals come along and say, you must hate and love Muslims. And it's like, there's a disconnect between the intent and the outcome. And for
low key though, the left is like, no, you must love Muslims. It's like, no, you don't gotta love the guys. We gotta sit there and understand our history with Muslims so we don't keep on getting into it with them. Not sit there and love them, sit there and understand them. Sit there and actually try to have diplomacy with a lot of these Muslim countries, because the only reason why we're not cool with them is because Israel said so. And I'm like dead ass. That's really the reason why we're not cool with Iran. One, because of the tit for tat that we've been doing with Iran since the 50s. And then, of course, one also because Israel says so. And so crazy. There's dumbasses like this here who, so what? Is like, here's the thing, dude. Like, it's just so stupid how people have comments like this. We need to keep them out of our country. Dog, it's not about keeping Muslims out the country. I'm sorry, but you can kick Muslims out the country today, and we'll still have the problems in the Middle East because we're still out there bombing them. We're still out there attacking their country, telling them what they can and can't do. So removing all of the Muslims out of the country doesn't do anything, dumbass. I mean, you're pretty stupid, and I mean, you're pretty surface level thinking if you actually think that's an answer to solve all your problems in America. No, you're just a hateful person who really don't care about America. You just care about your own bigotry. And leftist Nazis need to be removed like this host. I'm on the right, dumbass. Like, that's the thing, though. When y'all don't really have an argument for y'all hatred of Muslims, for your irrational hatred of Muslims, now they're a leftist. Now they're a Nazi. Now they need to be removed. You see what I mean by the right is turning into the left? And, bro, it was the left that was using Nazis. Now you guys are adapting the word for every person you disagree with? Do you see what I mean by MAGA is turning into the left? This guy right here is the best example I can give you of that. Actually, he's not even the best example. I can give you better ones, but he's just dumb enough to make himself the best example right now.
For some reason, people cannot bridge that gap. Is it coming across?
No.
Okay.
You're 100% right, because here's the problem. These get into power and they vote more mass immigration, right? And then we destroy these places, and these people need a place to go. Yep. And it's kind of funny because we destroy these places on behalf of it. They taking them in?
No, of course not.
The UK is taking them in, the United States taking them in, Canada's taking them in, etc. And it's like, if we don't destroy their countries, they can stay in their countries, right? And it's like, it's interesting because like the people that push us to destroy these countries so much don't take any of them in whatsoever. So and then these very that you're talking about that don't want to have kids.
All right, Jew, how am I an idiot? Please say something. You have 2 minutes to prove how I'm an idiot, or you're up out of here. Go ahead, say it.
Is that or have high depression rates, etc. They're the ones pushing for the mass immigration.
Yeah.
So it's just an L in every single way. And and when it comes to this war, in this conflict, the whole, and here's the thing, you can hate Muslims all the time. I make jokes on them all the time, and I say they're non-Muslim. I like when they pray at Times Square, I say they're fuck. I make fun of them too. They hate me as well. It is what it is.
I know, like, shout out to Myron, though. He does have that criticism. He's Muslim himself, and he even said that, y'all praying in Times Square is ridiculous and doesn't help this whole fear of Islam. And I agree with them on that one. I'm like, yeah, them playing in the Times Square and all this crazy stuff. I mean, and people getting outraged about it. But here's the thing, though. People got outraged at Muslims praying in Times Square, but what was it? Like a couple of days later, a bunch of Jewish people were literally celebrating the return of their Antichrist. So I'm just like, hold on. You guys are complaining about Muslims praying to God, but you won't complain about Jewish people wanting to bring in the Antichrist, celebrating it. Okay, I mean, sorry, but you're not being consistent there. I mean, Dearborn, Michigan. So you guys want to complain about how Muslims took over Dearborn, Michigan, but there's a city in New Jersey that's completely ran by Jews in and out. Though they even got their own police force, just like in Dearborn. But y'all don't say nothing about that. That's why I don't listen to you guys, because you're not consistent with your judgment. And y'all only care if it's Muslims. You don't care when the Mexicans do it. You don't care when the Chinese do it. You really don't care when the Jews do it. So shut the fuck up.
But we have to be very honest here and understand that it is not Islam that is the problem. It is a lot of propaganda pushed by the Jews to sit there and say, look, see, these guys are evil. They're demonizing. But let's be honest here. I would argue radical Judaism is worse than radical Islam. Why? Because you got radical in power. You got people like Randy Fine that support that are firsters. They support people like Ben Gvir.
The fact that Randy Fine could sit there and wish death on or celebrate the death of Palestinian children and still remain in Congress. I'm sorry, but that's why we kind of look at y'all like dumbasses when you talk about the Muslims. I'm just like, bro, Byron got a point. There is a Jewish supremacy problem going on. Can we ever just sit there and talk disgusting about Arabs in any way, shape, or form on Fox News, CNN, wherever? Bro, if they took that rhetoric and said that about Jews, they'd be off the fucking air. So I'm sorry, but it's really hard to sit here and get mad about Muslims when Jews do everything that the Muslims do that you guys complain about and you say nothing. And if you're gonna say nothing, I'm gonna be consistent. I'm gonna not judge anybody. If I'm not gonna judge how Muslims can cut out their own little place in Michigan or Texas, then I'm definitely not gonna complain about how the Jews do it in New York and New Jersey. I'm being consistent. But if you're gonna sit there and bitch about how one does the other but ignore the other side, you're not being consistent. You're just being low-key, slightly racist. Be real with you. You're picking and choosing.
Smotrich, etc. Yep. These guys are radical that want to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is a big thing that led to October 7th. Right. And once you actually figure out Middle Eastern foreign policy, what's going on over there, whatever, is run by radical Jews that are way worse. They want to talk about the clerics of Iran versus the people that run Iran versus the people that run Israel. Let's do some numbers. On October 7th, roughly 1,200 people were killed, allegedly. We know roughly 400 of those people were IDF. So, but let's round it up. Let's say 1,000 were killed, right? Say they're all civilians, even though the Hannibal Directive was activated. Me and you know this.
Yes.
But for the normies out there, let's say 1,000 were killed, right? During the 12-day war, it killed roughly 1,000 people in Iran. Well, how did it respond versus how Iran responded? Iran responded by having a ceasefire and doing a symbolic strike back on El Udeid base and letting the United States know that they're going to bomb them while also attacking back and retaliating. How did Israel respond? Genocide and invading 7 different countries, right? Or bombing 7 different countries. I would argue, as much as people want to sit the propaganda and say radical Muslims, well, the Iranians were far more measured and rational than the Israelis were when they lost 1,000 people.
Yep.
And the numbers don't lie. Look at how they retaliated. So we have to be very honest with ourselves and understand that this is a country that's occupied by.
What he's saying that Israel lost over 1,000 people and took out 70,000. Iran lost over 1,000 people and, well, what are they, like 13 soldiers?
Zionists who...
Shoot, and they ain't just start recklessly bombing neighborhoods in the Middle East. They ain't start recklessly bombing innocent civilians. So I ain't gonna lie, yeah, it does seem like the crazy mullahs are a little bit more measured than the Likud party in Israel.
The government is run by far-right, crazy radicals that want to destroy the mosque, start wars, continue wars, and they say they're God's chosen people. And when you have that mindset, you're just going to blow up and kill everybody, like what they're doing in Lebanon, displace 1 million plus people, do a genocide in Gaza, which every single genocide expert has agreed to include ones that what went down in Gaza is a genocide. But then they'll sit there and tell you it's not a genocide. Okay, bro, and it was a 6 million. So
yeah, but that's the thing. It's like they want to quibble over like the definition of genocide. It's like, you are clearly, deliberately eradicating an entire group of people. Like, who cares what the
in whole
particular?
or in part, and they keep forgetting that in part as well as part of the is a part of that. So.
Oh, and there's so much to the UN definition of genocide, depending on what you want to go on. But you only need to fulfill one of the 5 prerequisites, and they've fulfilled all 5. So it's ridiculous for anybody to argue otherwise. And yeah, that's the thing, especially with the Iran war. It's like all of this debate between like, well, what are we intending to do, and what's going to be the main outcome, and what was the purpose of this, and how long did it take? And to me, it's like, guys, this is all on purpose. They want to.
I mean, I don't know about that, Alex, because your guy Nick. I don't know why everybody's trying to get Myron to debate this Nick guy when Myron is debated. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, more famous pro-Zionist than Nick Mateo or Matu or whatever his name is. Yeah, he's debated more famous people like Dinesh D'Souza. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a way bigger name than bro. And y'all are wanting him to debate this Nick guy. I'm sorry, but just go watch that Dinesh D'Souza. Hopefully I'm not butchering his name, but go watch that debate and watch how Myron dismantled him. And I'm sorry, but I don't think Nick can do any better than that guy.
Iran to be a failed state. They want war to never end there. They want the Strait of Hormuz to be shut down because they want the rationing to take place because they want to implement the mark of the beast. Like none of the, we don't need to debate like the nuclear weapons versus opening the strait versus this is the plan. The plan is total collapse. The plan is destroy America by using it against Iran. This seems so obvious to me. I cannot handle like debating the cover story anymore.
Yeah,
that's how it feels.
I debated Dinesh D'Souza on this topic with the war, and it's kind of funny because he used like all the Hezbollah talking points, and it's like, dude, it's very simple. All they care about is destabilization across the entire region, right? They want another Syria and Iran, and they tried with. First, they tried with Scott Bessent crashing to Rio. That failed. Then they did the protests. That failed. We tried to smuggle into Starlinks. That failed. We tried to smuggle guns in there. That failed. And then, we're bombing the hell out of them. We're winning militarily. And then Trump says stuff like, oh, yeah, we're going to go ahead and bomb them into the Stone Age and a civilization might die. And we're going to do power plant day. Well, all the Iranians that you might have had on your side, now they're going to side with the government. Now they're rallying around the flag. I saw so many videos where they bomb somewhere and the people are out there protesting.
Yeah, dumbass. I watched them debate the Muslim skeptic guy. So, yes, I'm very familiar with Nick's content and debate style. Yes, I also seen him debate Sneeko too. And he's not too impressive at all. I'm be real with you. He's just not impressive. That's all. I mean, I've seen, honestly, Dinesh D'Souza makes better points than he does. And honestly, if Myron can cook that guy, then he's definitely going to cook Nick. And here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie. I actually gave the debate to Nick. Like, I'm not saying that I'll disagree with Nick whenever, because I think he beat the Muslim skeptic. He cooked that guy. But Myron, he's not going to cook Myron. I'm not at all. And if you actually watch the debate between the Muslim skeptic and this Nick Mateo guy, I mean, I think the Muslim skeptic pretty much tackled the debate the wrong way. He couldn't be on topic. And also, what was it? He just went off on Judaism. He just completely went off on Judaism and didn't really talk about the Iran war too much.
That's like, they're like, yeah, Allahu Akbar. Like, these people are saying, praise God as we bomb them. So it's like, these people are different and they're going to rally around the flag, and they are rallying around the flag. And they went ahead and they, like, when Trump said that he was going to bomb the power plants, they were standing at the power plants with the flag saying, if you're going to blow up these power plants, you're going to blow us up too. These people
Trump said you can't do that. He's like, that's not allowed.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
So you want to destroy the power plant so they die slowly, but they're not allowed to put themselves in the way and die
on the
quickly.
Bridges and all the infrastructure. So it's like, we've emboldened them even more to stand behind their government. The people that would have maybe rebelled, they're not with us anymore. So this war serves zero strategic benefit. Americans are paying for it. Brent is sitting at, when I looked yesterday, almost $120 a barrel, which is horrible.
Yeah. And it's only getting worse. And the fertilizer, being restricted,
yes. Australia has a food crisis right now.
Yeah. And it's going to get worse. Like, there's no end in sight for this. And of course, China's not going to suffer from it because they get their fertilizer from their urea for their fertilizer from coal.
They're still getting oil from Iran,
which they have plenty of. So it's like
Russia's making money hand over fist because we had to lift the sanctions. So it's like, and then, we got this blockade in the Persian Gulf. We're stopping them from making money. Number one, dozens of ships are making it through. The blockade can't stop everyone. And the Iranians are making.
I got you, dog. I said the Muslim skeptic. You know what? Let me see here if I can just take you like right to the page, since I kind of do want you to know what I'm talking about here, if I can find it.
A bunch of money from that. Also, people forget Caspian Sea. Anybody? Like all these people on on Fox News.
Thank you. The Caspian Sea acting like they can't transfer their oil from there. But here it is. This is it right here. This is the Nick Mateo, however you want to pronounce it, versus Daniel Hakachu. How would you? Yeah, let's call him the Muslim skeptic. That's his YouTube name. But this is a debate that I was talking about. That, in my opinion, he did pretty good in. He did pretty well in that debate. But he seems to be coming up in the debate space. So to get on Myron's level, he ain't there yet. And yes, Myron's is actually levels above Nick. I mean, in the debate space, bro, come on now. He debates people that, be real with you, that you be seeing in these college debates like Dinesh Kazuza. So you can't sit there and put Nick Mateo on Myron's level. He's just not there yet. Even though Nick do be begging for the debate, not really begging, but pleading for it, still begging. And trust me, Myron don't got to give it to him because he's just a bigger name than him all the way through.
Like, oh, do you guys not look at the map? Like the Iranians are still getting an enormous amount of support from the Russians on the Caspian Sea, and we have zero oversight on that whatsoever. Yeah. That's why the foreign minister, Aragachi, was up in Russia meeting with Putin. That was absolutely a demonstration of, look, we stand with Iran. We're going to support Iran. So our enemies have become stronger. Right. Yes, Iran has been hurt militarily, but they're still able to attack, which is the whole problem.
No, and it's the same thing that happened with Ukraine, where, I guess ostensibly we went to weaken Russia, but all that happened was Russia and China are now best buddies. And it's like, okay, if our main geopolitical rival is China and we foresee basically an ultimate conflict with them, would you not want a European nation of Christians that like basically surrounds all of China? Would you not want them to be our friends, but we force them into the hands of China? And I do not believe it's because of incompetence. I cannot believe that the people who run America are so stupid that they're driving Russia into China's hands and then empowering China through shutting the strait. I mean, this is all on purpose, right?
And the other thing that kills me is we are ruining our relationship in the Gulf as well. So like all these Gulf countries are getting bombed and destroyed. Their tourism is down, real estate is down in UAE, especially the UAE has been getting hit with like 2,000 different strikes. Mm-hmm. They left OPEC.
Yep.
People are like, oh, that's good. That's like a W, blah, blah, blah. No, sir. This signifies what I've been talking about. The petrodollar is going to go down. And that is a big part of the reason why we have so much prosperity, because people do deals and oil in US dollars.
Right.
And, and here's the other thing. Our bases are destroyed. They finally reported in mainstream media that all 11 or 12 or so of our military bases are gone. There's no way they're going to let us rebuild them because we're not going to do the regime change. If we don't do the regime change, Iran is going to be free to attack those bases. And they said, if you can...
Bro, listen to Nick Mateo, but he talk about political McDonald's when the guy isn't even popular on YouTube or Twitter. Bro, what you watch is political McDonald's. What we watch is like the Roof Chris of politics. And sadly, Myron Gang's on a higher level than your Nick guy. I mean, look, you can go dick ride Nick on his channel, on his Twitter. He got one. You can go dick ride him there. But I'm sorry, but it's just not going to go over here because nobody cares. I'm sorry. He's just not important enough. And maybe one day he will be. Maybe one day he will. And I'll be there cheering him on. I ain't no hater.
Rebuild those bases. We're going to continue to bomb you. So there's no way any of these Gulf states are going to let us rebuild the bases. So we've lost our footing in the region now. We are going to have to back out and leave at some point. That fills the void for who? Russia or China might be the protection, or even Iran themselves. Robert Pape, who studies this stuff, he said something really intelligent, which I thought was good. He wrote a fantastic article about this in the New York Times, that Iran might rise out of this as like the fourth world power. And I'm like, you know what? They can, because all they got to do is hang on.
Yeah.
Right. If they can just hang on, now they're going to be the power in the region, and then they're aligned with our enemies, with Russia and China, and then this is going to continue to lead to the de-dollarization, and we lose our reserve currency status. We're cooked.
Yeah,
right?
and of course, Europe is probably the place suffering most from all this because of all the stuff. Well, in Australia as well.
LNG, natural gas 20%, which the whole sanctions of Europe, right? All the sanctions against Russia.
All right, I apologize for the dick riding comment. I'll be fair.
Were based upon Qatar giving them their energy with natural gas, and they had to lift those sanctions because Iran blew up LNG, which was Qatar's which 20% of the world's natural gas. So it's like, dude, it's like cooked.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an accident. I think it's because the people that got us into this are destroying America and hate Europe. And it's like, these are the places that are suffering because of this. And by the way, because they destroyed all of our bases, now it's raining in Iran again. Have you looked into that?
Yeah.
The weather weapons. I mean, I think it's real. I think it's total.
Yo, I need to look deeper into that, but I've been hearing from so many sources that since Iran destroyed certain radars, bro, it's raining and snowing in Iran again. Apparently, we've been, turning Iran into a desert on purpose, just pretty much manipulating their weather so they don't really get no real rain. But Iran destroyed some radars, and now all of a sudden it's, raining in Iran. And are we duplicitous enough to do that? Are we duplicitous enough to cause, manufactured droughts? Are we really that sinister? I hope not, but it sounded like it.
Really real. They've been in a drought for like 10 years.
Yeah.
I got stories from all the way back. Ahmadinejad in 2012 is going, hey, is destroying our rain clouds and not letting us get rain. They destroy all the radar bases, and now there's this massive flooding in Iran, and they're getting rain that they 100 years worth of rain.
And keep in mind, even with the drought, a lot of people don't know this. Iran was like the breadbasket of the Middle East,
right?
And they're self-sufficient with food. Like 80%, they make 80% of their own food. So now they're going to be able to make even more. So it's like strategically, this is such a L. It's incredible. And the mainstream media, like when I watch Fox News,
hold on, we'll be right back. We got to go to commercial break. We'll be right back.
Now, you know the creepy thing about that weather manipulation thing? We actually have people who came to Congress and admitted that, we could control the weather. Like, wait, we can? Like, yes, guys, apparently we can control the weather. We've been able to do so for years, maybe even decades.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is The War Room. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, in studio with Myron Gaines. But I got to tell y'all, folks, it is the last episode we'll be doing out of these studios. It is a bittersweet time for us, but the good news is we will be continuing our operations just under a different banner.
Hey, yo, Chad, you're wrong. He's like, come on, said we didn't kill millions through sanctions. Of course we would do weather manipulation. I mean, if we're willing to do it through sanctions, why not weather? I'll give it to you.
Jones Network and AlexJonesLive.com is how you find us. Go to X and follow at AJN Live to find us. We will be starting the show just like always.
Copy of it here. Yeah, Why Deserve Even Less?
I saw. What's the name of your new book?
It's called Why Women Deserve Less. Well, even less, because they do deserve even less. So I got a copy of it here. Yeah, Why Women Deserve Even Less. Book number 1 was Why Women Deserve Less. Then I realized, man, they deserve even less now. That's book number 2. And book 3 is we're working on it. Why Women Deserve Nothing. And then another book is coming out, The Jews and Their Lies. That's going to come out on September 11th.
Okay.
Rosh Hashanah or whatever their holiday is.
On Rosh Hashanah. Okay. Rosh Hashanah. Oh, what a way to celebrate.
Yeah.
They'll be bombing Iran, I'm sure.
They probably will
as they like to do.
Yeah.
Which is one of those things, it's so funny. And there's a lot of stuff like this in the Iran war where it's like they write articles that are like, bombing Iran, starting this war with Iran on Purim was a brilliant example of, our living, history and religion. And so you point to it and you go, so they started a war as like a religious celebration, and people go, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you say that? You can, Netanyahu gets up and goes, we are waging this war to bring about the Messiah, and we will be building the third temple. And you go, these jackasses are trying to build the third temple and bring about the Antichrist. And people go, you're crazy. Why would you say that? You have these crazy ideas.
They're saying it in our face. They even brought in the red cows. I know what you're saying, Seth. What are you talking about by red cows? All right, guys. So you got to understand, there's a Jewish ritual where you got to bring in perfectly red cows. You got to sacrifice the red cows. Then you burn the red cows and use the ashes that could be used for spiritual healing properties as well. And they said the ashes can even cure blindness. But you take these ashes and you spread them amongst the wall. And apparently now the next step is to rebuild the temple. And to rebuild the third temple means that you got to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in Islam. And I think you see where this is going, right? So you're pretty much going to start a complete holy war in order to build the third temple. And once they build the third temple, this is what's supposed to bring in the Messiah. Well, the Jewish Messiah, aka our Antichrist. So yeah. And remember, this all starts with the red heifers. And you can look up the red heifers and you will see how, yes, they got these red heifers pretty much grown in Texas, I don't even really know how I could say it. Manufactured, grown, breaded. I think that's the right word. Breaded in Texas, flown out to Israel for, to be sacrificed on a later date. Real, huh?
It's bizarre that
it's true.
You're just repeating what they're saying, but you're the crazy one. Yeah. No, they're the crazy one, y'all.
And it's, and they do everything in their power to kind of keep this information from the public. Dude, they imported 5 red cows.
I know.
Texas. And it's like, that's a big reason why October 7th happened. Like people don't realize Hamas's operation was called Operation Al-Aqsa Flood because they wanted to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and they imported these red cows. And now the Abraham Accords, the red cows, the 10,000 Palestinian prisoners that are being held in it, with like no charge or not being held or just being held indefinitely. Like there's a multitude of reasons why. Now, again, I'm not sitting here justifying it, but I do think it's important that the public understand.
I hear this crap out, guys. So I'm gonna have an actual Jewish guy. Shout out to this guy, Adam King. I think he's from InfoWars, but he explained it on the Tim Pool podcast about what it actually is.
Big thing over at InfoWars and on the dissident right media for the longest time, the Jew hate media. Yeah, do you have my tweet that I actually put on my? So I basically what happened, if you want to go to the first slide first before we play the video. About a month ago on July 1st, there was an announcement that they were going to do a practice run of the red heifer. And prior to this, the media outrage that the Jews were going to go do this red heifer, you had like these lunatics like Stu Peters and others who were saying, this is going to usher in the Antichrist, blah, blah, blah. And it was like a real big media balagan. It was really a bad twist. So they said that and also the government wasn't going to let them. So what they did was they said, we're just going to do a practice one with one of the 5 disqualified cows. The government said, okay, whatever. They ended up going out, doing a real cow. One of the cow's name was Tikva. They made the offering, and it was a real offering. They did it all by the laws, and I have with me some of the ashes right here, red heifer ashes. It's pretty incredible. The red heifer, the last time that the red heifer was done was over 2,000 years ago. The first time it was done by Moses. The second time it was done by Ezra from the book in the Bible. And that shows you how long the ashes can last for. So a pure red heifer doesn't come about all the time. And in this generation, we had 21 of them that were born. Pure. They picked 7 to bring to Israel. And out of the 7, Israel only allowed them to have 5 brought in. And they've been sitting around just doing nothing because the media outrage has been so astronomical about it. But the red heifer people, they fooled
because they know you're going to take down the third temple after you do it.
Everybody. And they successfully performed the ritual about a month ago. Now, in the ritual, you're supposed to have hyssop. I have also hyssop that is from the actual ritual, and also the red heifer ashes. And these get put into a clay jar and then sprinkled on people in a healing ritual. And it removes the impurity of death and allows for people to heal. So since this started, they have been sprinkling on people. There was a man with Alzheimer's who just started remembering everything, sight to the blind. There's some real miracles that have happened in the last month since this thing has gone down. But the ashes, just like I have a little bag, there was 10.5 gallons of ashes. And this is only a dime bag full. And these ashes have been disseminated. They're here to stay. They will never be found. So many people have them. And this little bag can power about 10,000 doses.
Power about that makes it sound like really potent cocaine.
It packs a punch. Yeah.
This is the stuff right here.
Test
man.
it for fent.
This is the. But we could go smoke this after the show. But no, I'm just kidding. Come back from the dead after you do something like that. But I have a video from the ritual, and if you want to play it, I don't know if you. It has copyrighted music. Can you slide it so people could see the slide? So these are the slides of the actual ceremony being taken place, and that's Tikva. And everything was done specifically according to halacha, which is Jewish law. It was a perfect cow, and meaning that it doesn't have a single hair that is not red. And also, it could never have been burdened with work. So you can't even.
You know, so crazy. A bunch of Jews were actually celebrating this in Times Square. This is why I say, like, you know, why y'all was getting mad about Muslims praying in Times Square. These guys were celebrating the return of the Antichrist. Yeah.
a shovel up against the cow. They have to be treated in a very specific way for their whole life. And then the person who does the ritual can never have been in contact with death.
Okay.
So basically they're not allowed to go to, they have to be of a specific bloodline. And what they do was they raise these children in like these elevated homes above the ground, and they never leave the home until they're ready to do the rituals. And that's like how they never come into contact with death.
Shout out Trump
So
Bunny.
the priest,
Shout out Trump Bunny. You're spot on. You're spot on.
who did this literally lived in his home for over 20 years before he
never left.
Nope. Because he was born to do.
Yeah, I heard they keep these kids in like high-rise buildings away from like family, like maybe a little bit of friends, but they're not allowed to see death. So they're not around having no animals, because as soon as they experience death, like pretty much see it or witness it, they can no longer do the ritual. So they keep these kids pretty sheltered, or individuals.
Do this ritual.
Wow.
And now that it's been done, the Messiah can come.
Okay, so this is you're talking about the return of the Messiah.
Return of the Mac. Here we go.
So this is like the Jewish Messiah is going to come back. Would that be similar? Would that be like the return of Christ, or would it be a different?
Here's
guy?
the thing. I think the most fundamental difference between Judaism and Christianity is that Judaism actually believes in reincarnation. And so the Messiah is here in every generation. And there's a process by which we are awakened enough to accept the Messiah. So if the Messiah doesn't come, he dies, he's reconstituted, born into the matrix again, and has to find his way back to another thing. We can't build the temple until this happened. And now that this happened, the Messiah can come build the third temple in Jerusalem.
Yeah. And here's here's another video, a little bit more ominous looking.
Prophecy that they themselves should build the temple, and when they build the temple, the Messiah comes. Other Jews believe that they should not build the temple, that they have to wait, and it is the Messiah who comes and he builds the temple. And that's why you see many videos where you'll find that there's Jews that are waving Palestinian flags or protesting along with the Palestinians because they believe that the Jews have committed a great error because they're waiting on the Messiah.
And this is why I say not all Jews. That's why I always say it's not all of them.
Messiah, while these ones are going ahead of the Messiah and they're trying to fulfill or relive prophecy in the Bible. Some Jews believe that they should act as the fulfillers of prophecy, that they themselves.
All right. But now we get an understanding about the whole red heifer, right? We understand. Fantastic. And make sure to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Stands why these things are happening. And we've done everything in our power to like not tell the public what went down. And this is why they actually shut down TikTok, because TikTok explained why October 7th happened, what's been going on, the brutal occupation. And people are waking up, man. That's why Larry Ellison had to buy it. And now they're like censoring anything that is critical of it.
Yeah, well, they're buying up everything, and they're doing it, out in the open. And so this isn't clandestine. They're literally going, no, we're going to buy it so we can silence people talking about it. And you know,
they made a new rule too. Zionists now protect the term.
Right. Well, and that is one of their main sort of pillars. That is a key connection. Is that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? They demand that social media companies treat it that way, which it's just obvious for a number of reasons. Right? Does something evil, people get mad at it. They transmute that into anti-Semitism. Go look, oh my God, anti-Semitism is rising. We need more money. We need more protection. We need more laws written to stop people talking about us. Yep. It's a very convenient feedback loop. The worse it acts, the better it is for here in America.
Exactly.
It's very convenient.
And they use it to justify, purchasing these, like TikTok for a long time. Like they were trying to shut down TikTok back in 2020, saying it was Chinese spy stuff. And it wasn't until, people started talking about the letter to the Bin Laden letter went viral. Mm-hmm. People were talking about, being genocidal apartheid, blah, 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 all this other stuff, because TikTok is dominated by liberals. So after all that happened, then they're like, oh, we need to buy this thing. And then bam, they went ahead and Larry Ellison went ahead and purchased it. And then one of the first things they did was get rid of the watermelon emoji and get rid of the, from the river to the sea. They got rid of the Free Palestine. They made Zionists to protect the term. And, it is what it is. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, they admit it. We've got the videos of former Obama speechwriter, big person up in Zionist circles, and she's going, I try to talk to young people about why we need to do what we're doing in Gaza, and they don't hear me because they're seeing me through a wall of dead children. And it's like, yeah, you crazy. It sort of ruined your whole "we're the light of the world" thing when there's evidence of a ongoing genocide every single day on my phone. Yeah, it's that's the truth actually, and you're trying to hide it so you can lie to us more. So
Twitter and TikTok exposed it, and and then people started doing their research and figuring out the conflict. They were like, this is crazy, and that's like what red pilled everybody on this topic. Because I remember before 2023, before the war, if you even talked about or Zionism, you'd get banned. Yeah, you'd be cooked. Like you mentioned that stuff on any of these mainstream platforms, YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, you'd get cooked as a.
I mean, yeah, low key though, and shout out to I ain't gonna lie, guys like Myron Gaines and the rest of them who kind of paved the way for the rest of us to be able to talk about Israel on YouTube. Because I'm gonna be real with you, before October 7th, you're getting taken down if you talk too much about Israel. So before 2023, bro, if you talk about Israel in any way, shape, or form, bro, and not in a good light, you're cooked. Your channel's cooked. You talk about them Palestinians, your channel's cooked, because they want to do everything in their power to hide what's actually going on over there. They've been doing a good job for years, though. Good job for years. Finally, the truth has came out.
As a Hitler, supporter, anti-Semitism, but now it's like even normies are kind of aware and waking up to it, which is a good thing.
It really is a great thing, and I've basically always had the same position on since I was 12, because my best friend was Lebanese and would explain things from the Lebanese perspective. So it was okay,
there's
a
red pill on this topic, from birth, dude.
Yeah. Well, because especially to them, it's not some speculative metaphysical thing where it's like this class of people, and who are they and where are it's not it's no, it's those guys in the uniforms with the stars on them shooting bullets at us. Those are the guys we're fighting. So it's very just real and tangible, and it's not
Lebanon
vague
has a lot of Christians. Almost half of Lebanon is Christian. So
it was majority Christian until the 1980s.
I believe that. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have something on the books where the head of the military has to be a Christian.
It's a multi-faith republic. So there's 3 heads of government. I don't know the exact breakdown, but it's like the prime minister, the president, and the minister of defense or whatever. One Shia, one Sunni, and one is Christian. Always.
Yeah. Which is important for the people to understand, because people think Lebanon crazy radical Muslims. No, dude, it's a very large Christian population, and they still bomb. Hezbollah was created because of it. In the 1980s, right? They got the Dahid doctrine, which is an area in Lebanon where it's we're going to just bomb and kill civilian people, and that's what they do to create pressure. So, once you figure out the dark history of it, there's no way that you can support it. That's why only Zionists support it. And the worst part is the United States. We tie ourselves to these people, and then we wonder why everyone in the Middle East hates us.
Right?
If we solve the Palestine question, right? Well, everything else kind of just falls into place.
So I've got 2 awesome videos to go along with exactly the things we're talking about. The first one is a former TikTok.
Hey, and shout out to my man Wesley for sending a sparkle for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, shout out to Wesley. Appreciate the support, Wesley.
Executive named Liban.
Guys, make sure to support the video or support the stream by any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. Or you can send a gift in like my man Wesley.
Muhammad. Talking about the Zionist lobby pressure. This is clip number 11. And then I want to play, have you seen the new Lego video out of Iran?
I've seen a couple of them. I don't know if I've seen the newest one, but let's do it.
The latest one aligns exactly with what you just said. So we'll return to that. The fact that people in the Middle East only don't like America because of our relationship with them. People don't realize that. They think they're they just hate us and always have.
Oh, yeah. The new Lego video that explains how, what was it? The Iranian people are pretty much saying, look, Americans, we don't hate you. We hate your government who overly supports Israel. That was pretty much telling us. So let me see if I can find it. Iranian Lego video. Because, it's pretty easy to find on X. But let me see if I go ahead and find it here. Let's see. I think got it right here. We'll see. Nah, I'm not sure if that's it. Hold on.
Talk to people from the Middle East. They're like, we would love America if you'd stop bombing us and killing us. You guys are awesome. We actually are very aligned in a lot of ways. But let's begin with clip 11 here. This is a former TikTok executive talking about the time before the takeover by Larry Ellison. And let's watch.
Great question. So the pressure was unbelievable. Words cannot describe the amount of pressure that existed. And it became the #1 headwind for the company that could result in the lack of its existence in the largest consumer market in the entire world. We were getting inbound inquiries, and this is public information. You could see a lot of these letters online. I mean, every few days, every other day, from lobbying organizations, from pro-perspective legislators, and the company was just being inundated. But what's really interesting is the lack of questions and investigations and inquiries coming from the pro-Palestinian perspective.
Yeah, so that was a former TikTok executive basically saying the pressure was unrelenting and overwhelming and continuous. And this is the strategy, right? Letters from legislators, letters from important people in industry. I mean, they will bombard you until you give in, or until they force, until America writes a law to force your company.
They have the influence and the power to either make your life very difficult or bankrupt you.
Yeah,
and and cancel you and everything. I've always said, censorship is joke. And a lot of the times it is, right? If you look at it,
it's definitely the number one source of the censorship coming around right now. Absolutely.
Yeah. If you look at like the ADL, Media Matters, SPLC, they have quite a bit of representation. And who do they always go after? People that are critical of it. People that they call Nazis or whatever, which, that's only on Saturdays. But it's like, damn, it's like the other 6 days I'm not a Nazi. So it's like, come on,
leave me alone on those days. Well, yeah, you would think that would work because on Saturdays they're.
All right, guys, I guess we could take a quick little musical interlude with one of these little Trump video. Well, my bad, Iranian AI Lego videos. Let's get into it.
United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away, United States of Israel. Netanyahu's pet, Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. 4 years of tweets at 3 a.m. unhinged and unwell. Bro, go to sleep. The Oval Office turned into a circus tent from hell. Your reliability wrapped in a spray tan in the tie. The title taped in the back. Even your suit is a lie. You said I alone can fix it. Fixed what? The grift. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Gave your whole family government jobs as a gift. Mar-a-Lago mansion, classified docs on the floor. What was that? Box of secrets by the bathroom door. I'm really rich, said the man who begs for donations. LMAO, selling Bibles and sneakers to a broke nation. Gold plated toilet, can't flush the truth. It's giving con man, every indictment just more proof. You don't run a country, you run a brand. A broke one. 6 bankruptcy built on stolen land. The people who voted for you still can't afford their rent. Mega magic, baby. That's where all your promises went. United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away. United States of Israel. Netanyahu's dead. Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. You marketed fear and sold it to the working class. Facts. Promised them the world, gave them nothing but gas. Your voters lost their jobs, their health, their home. It's a stock market though. Yeah, for people with portfolios and second homes and loans. BB pulls the strings and you perform the dance. Good boy. Guys are burning while you clap and chant. You call it peace deals. We call it what it is. Genocide shit. Blood on the hands of your whole administration's beers. From Iran, we're watching every move you make. See you. Every child killed is a lie. You'll never shake. You threaten us on Twitter like we tremble and fold. Nah, son, Iran don't get threatened. Iran just gets cold. United States of Israel. Netanyahu's dead. Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget.
And all right, that's the end of that. But all right, guys, let's get right back into the video. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Usually the last of the few guys hanging around at the end are usually the most loyal watchers. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel.
Well, whatever.
That's why I do it on that day.
I know
they shouldn't be doing nothing.
That's what I think their real secret is. I think the whole secret of the is that they start the week a day before we do. They get an extra day every week to get a head start. Yeah, you repeat that for a millennia, you're going to do better than everybody else.
You're going to do better. Yeah.
It's like waking up early. They wake up an hour earlier than everybody else. Of course, you're going to do better. We're joking, of course.
The early bird gets the worm, right? Or the early gets the worm. And canceled.
That's
Oh.
The
lights are going to go off here soon.
Well, and this is the thing. It's like we kind of have to. As Americans, it's like you tell me I can't say something. I didn't even want to say it. Now I have to.
Now I had to say it.
Now you're making me.
So don't be like England.
Yeah, well, except I mean, thank God we're not England. They're
cool.
God, they're way down the line. But that's a good thing to look at to go, hey, this is where we're headed.
Yeah, we are.
You look at England if you want to talk about free speech. You can look at South Africa if you want to talk about that. I mean, it's like there are places that are farther down the road than we are. We can see it. Let's use our conscious ability to change the trajectory of our
so we
lives.
don't be like them.
So we aren't like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see people get arrested all the time. And in England, it's like, oh,
nuts.
You're arresting me for a Facebook post. Yeah, they are. Like, what's going on here, man?
Yeah. They're pulling people off the street just for reading out of the Bible. I mean, and of course, the somewhat infuriating thing to me is that there was recently a terrorist attack against people, or a stabbing against people in the UK. Nobody
That's
died.
not for the rest of us. Like,
Right.
you cannot use violence, dude. We got the truth on our side. I try to tell people this all the time. We got the truth on our side. Just talk, debate, right? Like, no violence.
Well,
okay, no violence, guys.
And to me, no hatred either. I think there's this deliberate feedback loop where it's like they act so insane that it makes other people go, okay, you're killing everybody, then we should kill everybody. And it's like, guys, you've lost. You have now just lost. You have lost the moral high ground. You have lost the purpose of what you were doing in the first place. Because aren't you doing this because you're so outraged at the killing of innocents, but now you're advocating for it? Doesn't make any sense. Love is literally the only thing that can defeat this. As cheesy as that sounds, that's literally.
I've always said this. Like, if you have the truth on your side, there's no need for violence.
Yeah.
Right. So we are right. We are not wrong. We are right. But when you go ahead and you do acts of violence, you forfeit the moral high ground. You forfeit everything, and then now you go to jail. And what are you going to do? What are you going to be around a bunch of Jamals? You can't talk now. Good job.
You know, it's so funny. I literally am like explaining this to my son because he's been getting in fights at school, and I'm explaining to him. I'm like, all right, you have a balance of who is right.
Hey, man, shout out to my man. What was it? Oh, shout out to Trump Bunny for sending a sunshine for 200 joules. And shout out to my man Chad for sending a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. And F you to, what was it? Clubber for the coon emojis. Yeah, I know. Fuck you. But still.
And when somebody calls you names, they go down and you're above them. But when you hit them, you go down. Even though they called you names, you're now lower than them.
Yeah.
So now my son will go, I'm higher right now, Dad. I'm like, good. Don't punch people just for calling you names. They're trying to make you mad.
Self-defense is one thing, but starting it, like, don't do it, man.
Right. You lose the moral high ground. And it's like, you were right until you.
Especially on this topic. Because then what are they going to do? Oh, if they hate the violence. Oh, it's a blood, it's a blood libel.
A blood libel, yeah.
That's what they always.
But this is the crazy thing is after two people are stabbed in the UK, you get headlines like scared and angry British demand more from government after knife attack.
Dude.
UK raises threat level to severe after London.
The thing that irritates me is how the right is willing to let the right is literally willing to let the Jews get away with what they criticize black people for doing for years. Anytime there was any real criticism of the black community coming from a non-black face, we would hit them with the racist. Don't say that, racist. Like, what are you, a racist? And this to shut down any type of conversation. Well, the Jews are doing the same thing. And it's kind of funny how the right was out there condemning black people for doing it. But when the Jews do it, they're with them and they're run away from accountability for their actions. Like, when we sit there and we hold that community accountable, the Republicans should honestly have that same energy that they had towards the black community. And if not, it shows that y'all just picking and choosing.
An anti-Semitic attack. You've got, rabbis, giving speeches about this, and it just goes on and on. Meanwhile, you get a group of white British girls stabbed, and you're under arrest for talking about it. Zoomer historian wrote this on X. 1 million British girls raped, thousands of our people murdered, millions of our people terrified to go outside, entire cities ethnically replaced, dozens of terror attacks. The response is, don't look back in anger. Yeah. Don't look back in anger. Sing a song. One foreign man gets murdered. Call in the SAS, right? Call in the special forces. We need all hands on deck. We're dissolving parliament, which they just did, by the way, which is, again, completely insane. Like that.
The number one way to fight mass immigration is by destroying the countries from which the mass immigration is coming.
It would be a great place to start. Yeah. It would absolutely be a great place to start.
If you don't want these people coming into your country, which I agree, mass immigration is a problem. Even as a brown guy, I tell you guys, it's a problem. A lot of the times, they're not high IQ like me. They're going to come in and do a bunch of BS. You do not destroy the countries that they come from, because then they're going to want to come to your country. We create more refugees. Not, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And people say, well,
people who call, why don't we just bomb Iran? Why don't we glass Iran? Because the survivors are going to be coming into a country near you. Actually, might be just coming into your country. And like I said, if we cause complete turmoil in the Middle East, and these guys, I mean, let's say we start attacking Iran's energy plants and bridges, and they start attacking power plants, water salination throughout the Middle East. The Middle East is cooked, and millions of refugees are going to be pushed into Europe and the United States. And we're going to be looking at the same people that had all this hatred for Muslims. We're going to be looking at y'all dumbasses like, you happy now? You happy? Because these Muslim countries that you wanted to glass are now destroyed. Now they're all coming over here. You happy?
Hegseth said, we're not accepting any refugees. It's like, guess who's going to be out of office in 3 years?
And then they're going to ramp up the immigration again. Like, it's like, come on, dude. This is what Democrats do. Like, this is what they do.
Like, the Democrats are going to go, well, that said, we couldn't.
He's right. No more rounds. Let's go ahead. Yeah, no, they're gonna let them come in, and the fact that the border's closed, they're gonna go even harder on immigration, dude.
I know it's, and this is the thing about the Trump administration. They're just off the left. They're doing nothing to tangibly weaken the left. They're only basically giving fuel to their fire. Period.
And the thing about the left, which I will give them more credit than I'll give them credit for, they will protest. They'll go outside. They will demonstrate. They'll even enact violence, which isn't good. But the point is that what I'm trying to say is like they will do what they need to do.
Yeah.
Right. Because as conservatives, we're trying to conserve the status quo. They're progressives. They're trying to progress. So they're going to march. They're going to do acts of violence. They're going to do all the crazy stuff to make something happen. And, they're already pissed off about ICE. You know what I mean? They're still mad crying about that. And then these No Kings protests, and then I don't know. I think Trump gets impeached, man. I think we're close, the closest we've ever seen to a president getting impeached. Like, at least Bill Clinton, he just got his dick sucked. Like this is bad. This is really bad. The Epstein file debacle, the war, gas prices being up, affordability being down, or affordability being worse.
Yeah. No, and they've stopped doing deportations, which it's like, has the ICE protest, has the fervor and the anger over ICE gone down? Absolutely not.
Still
I was literally walking downtown this weekend, and out of the.
No, they're talking about some Dignity Act where they're going to give amnesty to undocumented immigrants, and this is something that the Republicans are actually working together with the Democrats on. It was actually a Republican out there in Florida who thought of the bill. Look it up, the Dignity Act, where they're trying to give amnesty to undocumented immigrants, and this came from a Republican. Remember that.
Club, I hear them chanting "F ICE, F ICE," and it's like. They aren't even doing anything anymore. But this is the thing with the left. You can't give them anything. They'll say to you, hey, you do this and we'll stop protesting. You do the thing and they keep protesting. They'll
find something to be mad about. Yeah. He should have never pulled out of Minneapolis. That was a bad move. Absolutely. And it's funny because he pulled out of Minneapolis to kind of save the midterms. But then you go to war with Iran.
I know.
Good job, buddy.
We're literally
now you've alienated your base.
Because a lot of pulled out of Minnesota to save the midterms. I mean, that was a bad idea. I don't know, like there was just bad leadership going on all around for some reason, especially with getting into war with Iran, with the way things went with ICE in Minnesota on both sides. Like, I don't know why he just didn't try to just say, look, Tim Walz don't want to give us local help. Or any type of official help. So we got to do things by ourselves, and things are going to get bad if ICE has to go ahead and do crowd control and run ICE operations. That should have been the message sold to the people to make, them hold their politicians more responsible. But nope. That was not the message at all. Actually, you wanted to sit out there and try to call these people domestic terrorists.
Was voted, I know.
Which some of them were being, but not Renee Good or Alex Preddy. We can't say that.
Oh, me and you, we didn't want no new wars. We didn't want wars, dude. Like, we were like
kind of my main thing, actually.
Yeah. Like, because I knew a war with Iran would be catastrophic, but it's worse than I thought because the 12-day war actually strengthened them, surprisingly, because they're like, oh, we're going to go ahead and just get with the Chinese and the Russians. That's why their ballistic missiles are like dangerously accurate now. Yeah. That's why we have 13 plus dead servicemen. And they're totally lying. There's way more than 13 dead servicemen. Well, we know 400 are injured, seriously injured. I think it's more than that. Way more.
Well, do you remember? I remember in the first few days, there would be like announcements in like New York newspapers that was like, this person who is deployed overseas died of a sudden illness yesterday. And it's like, what? Yeah, they were like announcing deaths, but like blaming it on illness. It was really weird. And then they just stopped announcing those. So I think the count is a lot higher as well. Yeah. Once we're going to actually get right down to it. Which again, it's like, this is America changing into a country I don't recognize, where like we're hiding casualty numbers, we're hiding, enemy damage to our, radar arrays. I mean,
bases.
The bases.
which just came out yesterday. And I was reporting that our radars has been damaged since like they got damaged. And I had people literally know, some of my own guys, sadly, trying to gaslight me, not gaslight me, that my man admitted that he just didn't know, but pretty much trying to tell me that, oh, those radars weren't really affected, or, oh, those are different radars. Those aren't the radars that we use to, to catch the missiles. And it turned out that they were the radars that we use to catch missiles. And now all these radars are destroyed on our bases, which means that they won't be able to see these attacks coming. And that was the reality on the ground. And this happened like the first 3 weeks of the war that happened, but we didn't find out until today. Sorry, but actually a couple of days ago.
Killing the negotiators. It's like the way that America is behaving on the world stage these days is un-American at its base.
Extremely un-American. And who are we now to point the, oh, Russia, you can't invade Ukraine, just special military operation. Didn't we just do that? We just did the same. And I'd argue, hot take here, I think Putin has far more justification to invade Ukraine than 100%. We did with bombing Iran.
100%.
Like way more. Like we've been lying about NATO expansion. We're setting up missiles there. The Maidan revolution. Like we definitely instigated that.
Total setup.
So it's
I mean, let's be real though. Yeah, it's not like, Iran was trying to recruit Mexico into the axis of evil, or into the axis of resistance, into the axis of resistance, then yeah, they'd be putting a military alliance on our border and we'd have to go in there and invade Mexico. That's literally what we try to do to Putin. We try to put a military alliance, which is NATO, on his border. He told us not to do so. We tested his gangster, and now here we are.
It's like, dude, like Putin actually has like serious national security concerns with why he invaded. And for all the morons out there, like, whoa, is this so bad? Like, that's like China going into Mexico. We would be in Mexico the next day.
Yeah.
Like that's the functional equivalent from the Putin side. Oh, well, you're a Putin stooge. No, it's not a Putin stooge. It's about understanding geopolitical affairs and knowing why people do things and like knowing the background. Once you know it, then you're like,
bro, if Mexico agreed to be out on like a Russian state the next day, we were literally going to Mexico and take out every leader that agreed with that idea. That's just how it is. And that's because it's Mexico and it's right next to us. Shoot, if Canada gets too close to China, we might have to do it to them, God forbid.
Oh, I can see why he did that. I don't have to agree with it or like it to understand why they did it.
God, I so wish we had more time, because I got videos that relate to everything you're saying. We've got
I've been yapping, my bad.
We just don't have time to get to them. I wish we did, but I know Alex wants to get you back, so we'll be able to cover all this stuff ad infinitum. But I'm
here for you guys.
The former Mossad agent who'd come out and basically said it has totally lost this war. We're just on the worst foot in every possible way. I think he's kind of BSing, because I think, that's the whole thing, is appear weak when you're strong and appear strong when you're weak.
Is it the guy that wrote the book by deception, or is it someone else?
I'm not sure about that one. It's head Ehud Lavi. Let's go to clip 23 here. We'll go to this for a second. I'm going to have to read a little.
Shout out to my man Noah Join. He said, tried Venmo, didn't work. Weather manipulation is done by adding silver ions or dried ice into clouds. It's a pretty dope theory. I mean, yeah, I was looking into it too when they was talking about, the rain came back in Iran. All of a sudden, I'm looking into this. I'm like, okay, so they can push clouds and keep them away from certain areas. And yeah, they can also control like ions in the clouds and all that good stuff. So it's possible, and the theory's out there. And I'm gonna be real with you. F the theory. I think they're actually just doing it. I think they're really doing it. F the theory. They're actually committed to this.
There's the intense war between the U.S. and the U.S. and Israel against Iran lasted another 40 days. Iran has not yet been defeated. Was there anything that could have been done better to reach a quicker decision?
And that sucks, huh? I hope nothing's wrong with my Venmo. Never know. You never know what happens. But shoot, yeah, sucks that it didn't work. I think a lunatic libertarian was trying to do it yesterday. I think he was experiencing the same problem. Hopefully that's not the case, though.
Look at the strategic objectives. This is the former Mossad head. Whether it's regime change, whether it's the nuclear issue, the nuclear material that remained there, and during the war, the Hormuz issue suddenly emerged as well. You say that at least on the strategic level, at least for now, this has failed. So we can take it out. But he's he's saying they failed completely. Was in a worse position than ever.
I don't know if people watch the media. You guys should watch the media. They actually are pretty honest on there.
Right.
They talk about all their plans openly.
They say some crazy stuff.
Media is nuts.
It's different than the
shout out to Israeli media. I mean, bro, they're just so open about what they do. You sometimes watch them, you can't believe what they're literally saying. Like, I literally watch Israeli media read it with my jaw down sometimes, just like, y'all really saying this out loud? Like, what? Y'all saying this out loud to everybody? How you put Mossad agents inside of Iran? How you know that you're killing more civilians than Hamas members? Like, whoa, you're saying this out loud. Like, what our media won't even say, they're just saying it out loud. I mean, I'm not sure if I should be like scared or just show respect at that point, because I'm scared because you guys can say this out loud and nobody check y'all. But I respect it because at least you're saying it. At least you're saying it out loud and you're telling us the truth. The problem is just your audaciousness. It's a bit scary.
English language media that comes out of it.
They're honest. They're honest about their L's on there. They might wait a little bit, but they will like admit, yeah, we totally had Mossad operatives in Iran.
Right? Yeah,
Like,
they're totally open about it.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like, okay, taking him at his word, let's assume everything is worse for now. Like, you probably should have listened to the anti-Semites. You know, it was us, the people that you call vicious anti-Semites, that were sitting there going, hey, don't kill all of your neighbors. It's going to make everybody hate you. Hey, don't go to war with Iran. They're actually really strong and going to F you up. And we got called anti-Semites for that. If we'd been listened to, we'll be in a much better position today. A little ironic, I think.
And people don't, me and you were talking about this before the break, but I'll say it real quickly. During the 12-day war, got messed up pretty badly.
Right.
And then on this next go around, now that they have, Russian and China.
All right, since this one's about to end, I guess we can go ahead and have fun with this video real quick, since we were talking about it.
Tehran was almost made uninhabitable by drought. And the drought was engineered in part by U.S. radar systems that were blasting energy to ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran and to actually cause a drought. It's just classic geoengineering, multiple ways to achieve this. But what has happened is that since those large radar installations around the Persian Gulf have been destroyed by Iranian drones, the rains have returned.
Remember what Zygmunt Brzezinski said, who was the advisor to Jimmy Carter. He started the Trilateral Commission. He's the father of Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe Ball. And
Big News, I think is how you pronounce it. It's Big News Brzezinski.
He said technology will make available to the leaders of major nations techniques for conducting secret warfare, of which only a bare minimum of the security forces need be appraised. Techniques of weather modification could be employed to produce prolonged periods of drought or storm. Well, son of a gun, we've got evidence that that's exactly what they've been doing in Iran. Iranian expert accuses U.S. Israel of weather manipulation to deepen the drought.
Which is crazy.
An Iranian water resource.
Which is wild, because Iran's like, yeah, so we know you're manipulating our weather. We're like, wait, what? And they've actually written articles about this. Like, Iranian experts accuse Israel of weather manipulation to deepen drought. I'm like, hold on, they know we're doing this?
Of weather manipulation to deepen the drought. An Iranian water resource specialist has accused the United States and Israel of manipulating regional weather patterns to intensify Iran's severe drought. According to the Middle Eastern Media Research Institute, they claimed in a July 30th interview on the Iranian YouTube channel that both nations had been deliberately diverting clouds away from Iran for over 4 decades.
Well, that's a violation of the treaty not to do that, Jimmy.
That is. There's a treaty, international treaty that was signed in the...
Oh, shoot. And shout out to User for sending the files for 30 joules. Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He got the Fiesta going, the Fiesta guitar for 350 joules, sent 2 of them. Oh, and shout out to my man Chad as well. He sent the Paparazzi for 800 joules. Appreciate the support, guys.
70s that made it illegal, or they all agreed to not use weather modification.
Because we did it in Vietnam, too.
Because we did it in Vietnam. Iran's rain clouds aren't being stolen, but its drought is worsening. So the establishment media comes out, immediately tries to make you think that's wrong, that's not happening, because that's what the establishment media does.
Is Iran being forced to use their plague of bees weapon on Israel in retaliation?
Iran's embassy.
I'm sorry, but like it would just be one thing to a long list of BS that we did to Iran. I mean, come on, guys. From overthrowing their democratically elected leader so we can take advantage of their resources, from installing the Ayatollah Khomeini himself. Yes, we We brought in Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. We brought that guy in. We green stamped him. And then we also supported Saddam in the war against Iran and gave him precursors for chemical weapons to bomb them. And now you're telling me this as well, that we've also manipulated their weather to force them through drought. I'm sorry, but what won't we do to these people? Like, and then y'all get mad when they yell death to America? Like, bro, if a country was doing this to you, what would you say about that? Like, this just adds on to a long list of bullshit we've been doing to Iran on why they say death to America. And they mean our government, not the American people. And I can see why. Not that I wish death on my government, but shit, man. If I was in a country where a government was doing this to me, man.
Posted a strange tweet. They say in it, after Iran destroyed the secret center for cloud seeding and weather manipulation in the United Arab Emirates, everything changed overnight. And with the end of the secret center, the region's weather map flipped completely. So it's raining so much. Their reservoirs were down to 1%. They were thinking they would have to move people out of Tehran, a city of 9 or 10 million people. They had to move. They were going to move everybody because they had no water. But now we opened the gates of Iraq's largest dam due to 100% capacity. The dam hasn't reached 100% capacity in years. Underground water sources have started to overflow, and this is what it looks like. That's what it looks like now in Iran. Water everywhere. Water coming up from under the ground.
We've been holding them back for years.
And here, Iran destroyed American. So when Iran hit, they say they destroyed their weather modification plants, right? When Iran was hitting all the Gulf states because we had bases there. And then they also took out their weather modification. This is what the reporting is, right? So nobody can confirm this for sure, but this is certainly what it looks like, and especially after Iran Kabul tweeted that out. Here's what Tucker Carlson and our good friend Dane Whittington had to say about it.
And Tucker, they're being used as a form of warfare. And we know that. We have countries like Iran, constantly demonized, of course, as you well know. Immediately after 9/11, we have the list of countries to be targeted given to General Wesley Clark, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even occurred. Subsequently, every one of those countries, every one of them endured a once in 1,000 year drought. Statistically, mathematically, that's impossible without climate intervention operations. And we have the leader of Iran on the floor of the UN, on film, on the record, stating NATO was cutting off their precipitation. We have Iranian top scientists recently stating NATO's been doing this for 40 years. Destabilize the food supply by destabilizing the rain, and you destabilize the population.
Ooh.
Here's more from Dane.
I'm saying that we know the technology exists to steer storms of that size. So why would we think they're not using these type of operations? We have historical precedent. Project Popeye in Vietnam was so successful at controlling precipitation. By 1976, they passed the INMOD treaties forbidding weather manipulation for wartime purposes, but not over a country's own population. The Chinese government has long since openly stated they were engineering snowstorms with endothermic reacting elements. These are patented elements that can literally transition a rain event into snow. They were so successful in China, they caused billions of dollars of damage to Beijing, at which time they began to be less open about this. Everybody covered it. CNN, Popular Science, The Guardian. But if you bring that up here, suddenly you're a tinfoil hat wearing nutcase.
We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor. All right, quick break to talk about in Congress. This is rumble.com. And if you want to hear testimony in Congress, this is real. This is from C-SPAN. Here's testimony in Congress.
Thank you, Senator. The Air Force has gotten great value out of HARP in the past. We took over from the.
So he's talking about HARP. That's the program to do weather modification and shoot energy into the ionosphere.
We managed it and actually did a number of experiment campaigns up there and have finished our work that we were interested in doing up there. We've moving on to other ways of managing the ionosphere, which the HARP was really designed to do, was to inject energy into the ionosphere to be able to actually control it. And, but that work has been completed.
Yes, sir. Another question on the.
So they got it figured out how to control the ionosphere. That's just what he just said. Okay, here's more.
In an interview with the Los Angeles Times on April 21st, you said that you told the Associated Press that the American government has created weather tampering techniques so that the New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans and to control the rest. Would you explain what you were trying to say?
Well, what I was trying to say is exactly what I said. There is weather control techniques. We have a complete package on that, which I did not bring, but I certainly will see to it that it is brought in for the record. Number one, the entire patents on the equipment. Number two, Senator Claiborne Pell's complete statement and story of his own that not only does it exist, but that we even utilize it as far back as the Vietnam War. You might want to touch base with Senator Pell.
I just want to repeat before.
But we do.
And I mean, all right, then we didn't sat down. I mean, well, government officials done sat down and admitted to this at this point. So I guess we can do weather manipulation.
Have all that information.
You're saying the government has created weather tampering techniques so that the quote New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans
worldwide,
millions of Americans, and to control the rest.
Yes, sir. And that's my belief. As bizarre as that sounds, when if somebody had told me that that equipment even existed 10 years ago, I would have thought they were nuts, sir. And at this point in time, we have all the documents to prove it. And if you think that 85 tornadoes takes place in the middle of our growing area by simultaneous accident, I'm sorry. With the equipment that's already set up internationally, and as bizarre as that is, it is proven and documented. We will supply you with those documents. As bizarre as that is, I would say that weather wars, and this is quoting actually Senator Claiborne Pell himself, that they are the greatest weapon ever created in the world, and that's the senator's own statement. So yes, I have to do stand on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Thank
Here's a little bit more.
Geoengineering allows militaries to command and control the battlefield, to throw communication signals much further and more efficiently in an ionized atmosphere. So power, profit, and then the most troubling one, and this is very hard for people to get
population control.
What we might call population control.
To control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
So that's LBJ.
Yeah.
He who controls the weather will control the world.
It dawned on me many years ago that the official story we've been presented with about what is called climate change, it seems to be incomplete.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna ran out of time on this one, guys. I do appreciate you guys for pulling up, but I gotta head on out and head to bed. Now, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow on the next one. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Hit that icon above. And before you leave, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.